Pickleonia.
Good morning, everybody. Happy 1-year anniversary. You're my second longest relationship I never intended. As it should be. I'll tell you, the intro doesn't get any shorter. Imagine doing a year of this. It's hard to. I didn't get the flowers. Shenzhen 6, Shanghai 5, FTSE 4.4, Hang Seng 3.7. Yeah, I'm aware. It doesn't look good. The market did kind of try to claw its way back a little bit, but I don't think we're looking for anything positive to happen today. Ding ding. Long-term capital gains on ad revenue. Happy anniversary, Verax. China, same like post-war Germany. Interesting. Post-World War I Germany? What happened with BBY last Friday? There was apparently an offer made to buy out Bye Bye Baby. It seems to be like there was an official offer, and so the price action we saw was likely the market makers taking the risk of their negative hedge or their delta risk off the table briefly before market close. I think BBY might see some action this week. It's going to be probably pretty volatile as more news comes in about that. AMD MOASS, AMD ripping. It's doing okay. I wouldn't call this MOASS. But it is up like $1. I think the SPY's, nope. SPY's just tanking. I don't know what the fuck's going on over there. I have calls, so that's cool. What GME are we thinking for this week? I don't know. I'm thinking I'll see if we get like a little morning bump right now from CNS, and then maybe sell some at the top of that. Thank you, EK. Watched your first ever stream. Been here ever since. You deserve a medal to have lasted a year. Thanks for everything, man. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it, dude. Cat looking like a nice re-entry, but market things. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait on pretty much everything at this point. PT on AMD for 160 this morning. Yeah, it's closer to its actual value. 160, 165 is where I would place like a fair PE for AMD. Pre-market members, Madam73, Tazhul, Exper Mayhem, Matrix Money, All Dillionaire, and Co Black Long Johnson. Guys, thank you so much for becoming Dillionaires. I appreciate it. You know the deal. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Thank you so much. What is Sen and why is it almost up almost 10%? I bought a share for like $1. I have no idea. It's been talked about a little bit on here over the last like week or so. I think they're an energy company. EV technology. Commercial EVs. And you bought a share for $1 and it's 87 cents more, so I wouldn't freak out too much, but it's doing well. It could be like an acquisition prospect for like maybe a larger EV company if they have valuable IP. I was hoping AMD negates my Netflix shame. That's gonna be a hard one to live down. Thanks, Matrix Money. I appreciate it, man. Elon buys Twitter. Does 40 million shorts need to cover? Does Twitter have 40 million shorts? I mean, no. They don't need to cover in the event of a buyout, but the buyout could cause them to cover or cause a share recall. Been holding my original Jimmy shares for 96 hours, and I couldn't have done it without your knowledge. Here's to another 96. Happy 1 year. Thanks, Velvet. Happy 1 year to you too, man. What's your favorite thing from streaming the past year? I don't know. Being able to come in here and like hang out all day is pretty fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie. It's a hell of a lot better than what I did before. I mean, boredom largely led me to do this, and it's cured that, so sometimes more than I wanted it to, but big ups with Twitter today. Yeah, I think so. I think Elon secured the funding, but unfortunately, most of those apps overnight, right? So probably not much more value to be realized. I don't think it's tender offers for all that much money. Um, we'll see. Remember, as you know, the market declines and stocks are cheaper, we're going to see more and more acquisitions, right? When stocks are cheap like this, the market becomes prime for acquiring of new companies for those who have a lot of money. Yep, SPY kind of rocketing down to that 420 resistance. Jimmy holding its own a little bit. This isn't the worst. Hmm. 3.5%, big ups, cute. We're green on the day. Misanthropy is a big selling point of the stream. So what you're trying to say is that average Joe is the favorite thing about this stream. I mean, all of you guys have, you know, put in so much work in the Louvre and with the designs and the intros and outro and everything. Thank you guys. It's super awesome. The music. It's definitely made this place pretty unique. Good CSP strike. I mean, are you trying to get assigned? Because you might not to the downside. Happy stream, happy stream birthday, dude. Been here since nearly day one. You're the schniz. Cheers. No offense, but I hope it's not another year. Fair enough. I'd like to make an offer to take over this channel. I'll confer with the board. Dominic Joseph. Thanks for everything you've done over the last 12 months, bro. You're the coolest wrinkle brain out there. I'm beyond grateful for all the knowledge you shared. Here's to another year in the Pickleverse. Keep shining. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. How many months is this now? Keep on keeping on. Bring on sub 100 again. Mama's gonna average down again. Yeah. Um, if we can drop, you know, back into that 100 range, which is I still think kind of unlikely. Um, that's going to be a great point for a lot of people to average down. I think hopefully the third time people have learned their lessons on getting some stock at those prices. Senpai, cheers to your hard work and dedication. Petition to rename your simps as Brian Swine. Pots seem like chairs. We're still here, calling and waiting for your mortgage answer. Happy anniversary, Pickle Man. Thank you, Rocket Mortgage. You've never left me. Could this be the return of negative beta? We'll see. Don't forget the coffee. It's pretty unique. Thank you, Bithead. I appreciate it. I have coffee. I haven't drank a lot of it yet. I appreciate it more than you'll ever know. Thank you. I just wish I didn't sit on my skeptical hands and wait so long to join last year. Thanks for this part of the journey and looking forward to what's ahead for us. Thanks, Posty. I appreciate it, man. You got it, Lawrence. So I had 250 BBY 16.5 C last Friday, which I sold at 325. Can I get an F in the chat for being a wuss? Ouch. Thanks for reaching me that catcalling has a place, teaching me that catcalling has a place and can be profitable. You got it, Cotton Ron. What VIX positions do you have? I have UVXY 15s and 12s. I have VXX at 20 and VIX at 24, I believe. CBOE VIX. What strike am I looking at for CCs? If I sell some, which I might do here in a minute, I'm probably going to sell them for next Friday. I want to see if we bounce on VWAP here or if we push through. Yeah, it looks like we push through. Uh, 1 sec, guys. Everyone except Trash Dan? Why do you... What is with your rivalry with Trash Dan, Average Joe? I've been watching your stream since day one. As a self-describing pickle in training, can't thank you enough. Thanks, Beefy. I appreciate it, dude. I have fractional shares that have been DRS longer than that. Good morning, Mike. Need Daniel Taylor to start shilling TDA and Wendy's 4 for 4s. We really do. Friend meter, full absolute bull. Thank you so much, Rims and Tims. If today's gonna be another day full of love letters, then I'm going back to bed. Well, write yours first and DM it to me. I don't think you can get out of it. Are you selling any BBY CCs this week? Probably. but not yet. I'm definitely gonna wait on this until we have some more news of what's going on with this buyout. Like I'm not gonna risk selling CCs into, you know, a possible buyout situation that could cause a run on the stock, right? Oil getting hammered? Yeah, everything's getting fucking hammered. Thoughts on leaps for Twitter? Um, sure. What price target are you thinking? Like at the money and like 52 don't seem so bad, but remember after the speculation and the buyout all die down, I don't think they're gonna like do better, significantly better as a company. I don't think they have that much room for more profitability. I know you don't like sub $5 stocks, but could you take a look at Bark and give your thoughts on leaps? Sure. Dog centric, engage in offering dog products and services. They're not doing bad. At least their financials are up to date. Cheap entry, comparatively. They're, I mean, their earnings and stuff don't look too bad. Maybe not a terrible idea. What strike are you thinking? Like 5 or 250? I feel like you might as well be in the money on those if it's something you're really interested in. 5 could be a bit of a risk. Oof, rough. Maybe we always remember Kidney Pickle, who sold his kidney for Jamie and was lost but not forgotten. Pickle for being an OG. Shaman, talking about OGs. Uh, how could I forget? Don't forget the original Stefan. In the first stream, you said you hoped you'd be good enough for the viewers. Man, how far we've come. What a weird, fun year. And thanks for all you do. Thanks, Tim Timmery. I appreciate it, man. Mr. Bean's mom, my man, used to watch you every day, but life situations meant I couldn't anymore. Never sold. Looking to buy another 20,000 pounds this week. Any thoughts on what's a good point to buy in? I would wait until we see like the 132 126 range before I really considered averaging down. I think we have a little bit further that we're gonna slide, and so yeah, those will be solid supports, or they should be. If we slip them, which you should watch for before planning an entry, we could go back as low as like 108. So keep an eye open for that. VIX MOASsing, it's doing quite well. Fluffy, if you're not too busy, would you mind sending me a bunch of like old pickle stuff for me to plaster all over the screen so I can make a big mess? AMD heading up on good news. No, it was. If the Fed doesn't get things under control, is it more likely we see stagflation at this point? It's possible. I mean, I think we have GDP numbers coming in this week on Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken. Happy anniversary. Sun ripping before earnings later today. Also seems Twitter will accept 54.20. Ooh. Well, there's your price target. Are you still bullish on TDOC? I saw mobile health stock drop 50% on Friday. I think it could have strong sympathy if TDOC ER is positive. Um, yeah, I do. I still think they're a good company, and they're still a bit undervalued. Obviously the speculation on them has died down significantly since the pandemic, but I don't think like telemedicine is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay, and we're gonna see more and more interest in this field, especially as insurance companies seek to profit off of being able to uh, acquire medical assistance for cheaper prices, and also doctors are incentivized to do it because they can bill hourly for very short blocks of time, like 10-15 minutes. Congrats on the milestone. Thank you for honest insight into the markets. I may struggle to understand options, but you taught me so much valuable info. I really appreciate you and your efforts. Thank you, Bones. I appreciate that, man. Good time to enter cat calls, 4560 DTE. I'd wait a little bit on cat. I think you might get a slightly better entry. It is right at resistance. But I think it can fall a little bit more. I don't like chasing the downside on cat because its resistances tend to be really strong. But right here at like 213 is a fairly solid resistance. But if this bounces to 215 and fails, it's probably going to come all the way back down to this initial trend, which is down here at like 201 right now. So keep an eye out for that. Everyone's pulling back money right now, so we may see lower lows on things that we've seen. Yeah, we'll see a lot of things breaking their downside resistances, so on. BBBY weeklies for the win. It might take longer to play out than that. Thank you, P Longstock. I appreciate it, man. Add public message. Thank you, Lick My VWAP. Moonwin, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire. I appreciate it, dude. If you need to hit me up in the Discord to get re-added, let me know.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G.
You're not a pigeon whale, relax. Did you actually want a love letter in your DMs? Last time I wrote you one, you didn't like it. Well, you know, maybe with a little bit more feeling this time. She ignored my membership. Add this to the anniversary pile. Many thanks. Thank you, Steely Dan. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you, Buckle Up, Jen. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's see how we're looking. All right, so we got a little bit of support here at 136. Some things I wanted to look into. Visa. So Visa's really not backing down on their rate increases, which, you know, is bad for customers and the general public, but could be good for investors. I'm interested to see how this plays out over the next couple of weeks. This market like downturn might present some really good entries for this. So I'll be keeping an eye on Visa. Everything is selling off right now. So don't panic, don't freak out, especially commodities. That money will flow back into value and commodities first. But what you're seeing right now is you're seeing a lot of institutions pulling their money off the table completely. So we see things like crypto, gold, silver, oil, steel, all down. Right. And normally, you know, that's where you'd see money going in the event of a downturn in the market. We also see growth and value indexes down, not only in the US, we see it in Europe, Japan, China, like internationally. So we're seeing a lot of money being pulled off the table in anticipation for something. Does that necessarily mean a market crash? No. But I would say that the financial powers that be are preparing for one. I have a question about Apple. Do you feel that the market has considered this is Apple's first quarter without stimulus money? Their expected EPS is 40% higher than Q1. I feel like there's downside. I agree with you. They're also they've lost, you know, a massive portion of their customer base with cutting off ties to Russia and are greatly affected by the supply chain issues in China. So, yeah, I think Apple could feel a little pain this quarter and definitely a lot next. If I have sold a 25cc leap for Jan 23 of BBY, is there anything I can do with it right now, or is it locked up until they exercise it or it expires? You can buy it back. So you just buy the contract back, buy to close, Kyle Duffy. If you want to close that contract. 2008 crash included the VW squeeze. I think we see GME squeeze if we crash in the next few weeks. I mean, the Volkswagen squeeze, I think something everyone needs to understand about that is that it was very carefully and intentionally orchestrated. It wasn't just simply a squeeze, right? Like it was a calculated and designed squeeze. So the time in which it occurred may have been advantageous for Porsche, but it was still intentional. Um, so is somebody going to squeeze GameStop in the event of a market crash? Maybe. Happy 1 year, Gerg. Been here since day one, though under a different name at first, and I will never be able to thank you enough for hanging through all the ups and downs and the amount you've taught me and the rest of us. Thank you, Smocks. Don't worry. One day, sometime in the future, we'll share Fruit Loops at a TGI Fridays. I promise. Happy birthday, Mr. Streamer. Thank you, Hazelove. Yeah, we're not Porsche. People had good news from last Friday, now looking sus as fuck. I mean, it's the same company that bought out Albertsons, Cerberus. Well, they seem to be one of the interested parties. I think as more news develops, we'll see more on it. But what we saw Friday was a reaction to the news. It wasn't a buy-in. It wasn't FTD covering. You know, whenever you see big news happen in the market, and then you see that immediate response, this is the market makers hedging. So if the market makers aren't performing, at true delta neutral, if they're taking a negative or positive risk on the underlying asset, then you're going to see them hedge immediately in the event of any kind of news. We saw the same thing happen with the GameStop split announcement. Remember the night before we saw the price run up massively? However, January 6th, the after hours of January 6th, that was not, we saw a massive amount of negative delta exercised the day before. And we saw the hedging of that overnight, but that wasn't due to the bullshit news article that came out about the NFT marketplace. So it can be both things. I'm still not showing as a Cornichon. Third time's a charm. Also, happy anniversary to my favorite bear. Thank you, Bipolar Bear. I appreciate it. Today is your day in the sun. You're a Cornichon in my heart. If that makes you feel better. Guybrush is here, JC. Stop saying hashtag free Guybrush. He's already on the screen. I beat you to it. Could you take a look at FVRR and give thoughts on the price action? Oh, this is Fiverr. Interesting morning. It's experiencing a little bounce. It looks like there's some FTDs going on here. What does their borrow rate look like? Hmm. That's interesting. I wonder if CVS is starting to become kind of channel locked. Guybrush for MOASS, he is free. He is JC. What do you think of JPM 120p 520? Got a gap at 105-ish. It's possible. It could be a while before we see a downturn in the big banks, though. They had a pretty good last quarter. Not from their long-term investments, but from trading. They're all making money on volatility. Thank you, Mr. Jayhawks. NYSE dead? We'll see. Thank you, B. There's no picks this week. Not yet. I might have a couple tomorrow, depending on how today plays out. I have a couple, but all the entries look like shit today. Make sure you guys keep an eye on those this week, by the way. All right, SPY touching 420. If the market continues downward, what stocks are you looking to increase or create long positions on? I'm looking mostly into commodities right now. A little bit, probably like Apple and Tesla. If Tesla tanks hard, I might look into that. Same with any of the other big tech stocks, especially Amazon and Google. If either one of them have a hard sell-off post earnings, I'll be looking into those to probably pick up some shares before their splits. I was going to buy a membership today, but I refuse to have my day be eclipsed by the return of Daddy's least favorite son, Moonwin. Don't worry, no one noticed. Farhan, thank you so much, dude. Yeah, it's been a whole fucking year. That's crazy. Pickles picks and like Pickles puts. Or VIX calls. You'd always go long volatility when shit goes south. That's why I hedge with VIX, is because I'm generally long stocks, right? Like I don't hold any long-term short positions. And so the best hedge for my portfolio is the VIX because it's, being long on stocks is technically being same as being short volatility. Still safe to buy into UVXY. I mean, it's kind of way up. You could. I don't know if, is it going to go up more? Possibly. I'm seeing the SPY turn around a little bit here at 420, which is kind of expected. Although it still doesn't look good. Not particularly. We want to see it cross back above like probably 422.50 to confirm a bounce here. Can we have the backstory of Guybrush, please? A bunch of people are big fans of the Monkey Island video game franchise, and so I drew the main character as a pickle. On slow days, I used to just draw pickles on the screen. It was a different time. How do you make the logos on the watch list show? I think you go to symbol and then you on the left there's like a little drop down menu and you go to stock logo. Given the market is 88, still a solid support for AMD, or better to wait along with all other possible long entries? I would wait along with all other possible long entries. Although AMD has done okay today, and their data center business is growing, which is expected for their earnings. You may still see lower prices on it in the near term before earnings come out. What's a good entry for Amazon or Google? I mean, Amazon's kind of already at a pretty decent entry. Very quickly approaching one at 28 21. That would be the cheapest the stock has been since right at the mid part of the pandemic. I could see it falling back to 25 potentially, given some time, but probably not much below that. Is there a way for us to use IBKR or text data to calculate how fast they can transfer their shorts into ETFs? I remember you said creation redemption was limited on a daily basis. It is, but there's like 8 million shares of GameStop in ETFs, so it's not that limited. I don't think you probably can't use the Ortex or IBKR data to calculate that. There's definitely way more than 200 likes. Yeah, there's like 6. Thuppa's volatility. That's true. UVXY ascending triangle, no. I mean, yeah, as we start to see just look at VIX. As I don't know, the VIX gapped up. This looks bearish for the VIX, but trying to use technical analysis on what is essentially a live volatility tracker probably isn't the best choice. Because it kind of looks like it's just going up, right? I mean, could you say on the 5-minute maybe? But well, right now it's just pushing up as the market drops, and the market failed that upward move. It's now retesting 420. That was when we were at cooking stream. No problem, Farmer Jed. Extra autistic. Really existential. I'm not drawing a snickle. That's disgusting. My kids don't like to watch you anymore because of the lack of funny pickles on the screen. That's probably for the best. I don't remember reading out the stock price for 2 hours. Why is the stock red? Someone in the Discord told me we were supposed to run today. Was it iTines? He's just early. He's not wrong. He's still considering capturing a potential rise in GME short term. I've never bought near term calls just because of risk. No. No, I would say whatever rise we're going to have due to longs repositioning is probably going to get eaten up by the fact that they're all pulling their money off the table. At best, we stabilize against this downturn, which we are doing to some extent. Trickle down economics is real. If you want to see trickle down economics in action, just look at where the money that the Fed printed went. Some of it trickled down into our pockets. But at what rate, Dork? At what rate? I don't care what happens in the market after today. I'm buying a SPY share at 420.69. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. Have you talked about Ader in a previous video I can look at? Yeah, I talked about Ader a lot because everyone kept bringing it up. I don't like it. I have puts on it. They're printing hard, which makes me happy. I think Ader right now is looking to come back down into like the 360 range, and could drop back down to like 270 over the next month before it sees any kind of recovery. Snap green on the day, which is cool. Also, Docu bouncing. Remember, we're looking for a break of 90, for that re-entry to the upside. HD very cheap right now. I don't know how much lower this will sink. All right, looks like morning CNS is cleared out, and now we'll see where the day takes us. Thoughts on entering a position in Kruger? I think with a possible recession, it might do well. I already have a position in Kruger. I've had it for a while. Like, I started buying into Kruger last year. Slowly. I didn't build up a ton. I wish I had. Um, Kruger's. It's not so much that it does super well in a recessive economy. It's that it's stable. It stabilizes through shit storms in the economy. So it's a great place to park cash, but the growth potential is limited. Um, it does have a dividend, which helps offset the fact that the growth potential isn't that great. But yeah, if you want to protect some cash, not a bad place to put it. We got a 0.01% trickle. See, late stage capitalism helps everybody. You couldn't be more right, Jork. I think 140 CCs for this week are safe. 140 is a little bit risky. You could, but be prepared to pull them back. I sold some 150s, like 25 contracts today so far. I might sell some 140s and they're for next Friday. You can't ignore my message if I'm paying you. That's financial malpractice. No, it's not. There's no implied promise that I'm gonna pay attention to you because you became a member. You've been through this before. You used to be a pigeon whale before you paper-handed your membership and your shares. I need to park 10K until we find a bottom for GME. Any ideas? You have a bank account? Thoughts on what happened to DDS? I mean, it fell off hard. It's super volatile, right? So, like, moves like this downside move from 312 and then just dumping the next day, this isn't uncommon for this stock. I mean, this isn't the first time it's done it either. It does this shit all the time. It moved here from 268 down to 229. From here, it went from a high of 303 all the way down to 252. It went from 400 back here all the way down to like 250, 227. And in a matter of days, it dropped to 245 from 400. So, yeah, the stock's highly illiquid, but at 4 billion, it's a little undervalued. So if you're still in it or stuck in it, I'm sure it'll rally again. It moves on the same cycle GameStop does. I see you, President Darth Dan. I'm paying attention. What is it? Kroger's to park money. Wendy's to earn money the hard way. Selling covered calls, same like selling body. You should do a pote in his honor. Share your wealth with your poorest viewers. What wealth? Dude, I barely have any money on my checking account. All of it's in stocks, and those could zero out at any moment. It takes too long to transfer to a bank account. Ting test. The Fed printed enough money to give every man, woman, and child 180 grand. How much did we get? Like 3.5K in stimmies. Woo. Thanks for caring about the consumers. Well, don't forget unemployment, right? What was that? Like $200 a week for 2 years for 10%, 13% of the population at one point. So it's a little better than that, but not much. I see you trying to thank me. Thank you. Definitely not Girk's Mayo guy. At what point do you buy back your CCs if they're up big and look to sell them again? I mean, these are already up like 20% almost from where I sold them this morning. I wouldn't be necessarily opposed even at that point to buying them back and selling them again, but GameStop's so volatile that I'd want maybe like on another stock I would buy this back and sell again. But on GameStop I would probably want a little more maybe like if it got to like 50% in a couple of days, then I would buy it back and resell. X May 40 calls dead. May 40 calls for X. I chased it at one point, but where? Probably. They don't look great. Let me see what X is doing. Yeah, probably just reposition those. I didn't realize I still had them. Ooh. Rig is super cheap. What's it doing? Holy shit, this came down hard overnight. Makes no sense. Who's shorting oil right now? Did you see the Melvin apology letter? No, I didn't read it. The Fed can make it up to me by canceling my student loans. That'd be fucking awesome. What's up, Vic? Dropping by to say thanks. I appreciate it, man. If you guys could drop a like, it's a big help. And more than anything, it keeps people from spamming drop a like in the chat, which is an even bigger help. Happy anniversary, Pickle King. 1 year of fighting Epic Pen. I finally got it to work. If you didn't know, I changed my name quite a few times since I started watching, even before being a member. Been here since like late May of last year, I believe. I know. I don't remember your old name, but comment thread is familiar. Tesla dead? I mean, it's kind of climbing back up. It's finding support in the $1,000 range again. It's infinitely annoying. I just want it to drop to like 970 so I can get out of my fucking covered calls and my naked calls and sleep at night. Say the market does crash. Wouldn't GME squeeze regardless due to the potential share recall? I don't think longs are going to sell off. So I don't think they're going to recall to sell because most of the big institutional long positions in GameStop are in ETFs. And so they're not going to sell if the market tanks, right? They might sell a little bit, but not a lot. Lower high this week, according to Wyckoff. Yes, a lower high is possible. Or that's what's expected. Not that we couldn't see a higher high, but right now the options chain doesn't support it. Melvin apology video. I dropped a like. It rolled onto the couch. Sorry. It's fine. My BBY calls from last week for early May are quite happy. At what point do you usually get rid of profitable options? Last week for early May. What's BBY trading at right now? I mean, if they're already in the money, like if you have like 1650s, I might kind of hold on to them and see how this buyout plays out over the next, couple days, week, before considering closing them because there's a lot more potential there, right? What's the best way to turn 40K into 200K in 4 days? If you can catch a bounce on the SPY. Brohawks, I know you have been, man. My B-boy calls from last week for early May are quite happy. Okay, I answered that. Could you explain net debit, net credit, even. I'm buying a PMCC and I'm trying to decide how to calculate it. Well, your credit is from the sold call, and the debit is from the bought call. Generally, you sell the call before you buy the call. To use the credit to buy, use the credit to buy into the long position. But you can do it either way. It doesn't matter as long as you have enough money on hand. I like the things the market's doing. I bet to 440s or close to 400 more likely end of week. I mean, I think the SPY is going to see a lot of support in the like sub like 425 range. Down here at 420 has historically been quite strong. Lots of tests off of this 420. And we generally move to the upside, although I don't know if this one will be sustained. We already have a breakdown in kind of the neckline for this inverse head and shoulders you see here. So this doesn't look good. It looks like a continued sell-off is going to happen. I don't know how much more downside we'll see, but we'll see some resistance, and we're seeing, you know, a little bit of a bounce, but I don't know it's going to be very long-lived. Is UWMC worth getting into? It has a high dividend. I don't love it. The increased rates might bring them better profits over the next few quarters, and I'm hoping to find an exit as their earnings get progressively better. It's likely that Melvin's been mostly out of GameStop since like last year. That doesn't mean someone else isn't, you know, holding their bags. But they haven't reported a GameStop position on their 13F, I think, since like the middle of last year. What's up, Matt with 2 T's? I appreciate the drop in. When you're looking at TTM squeeze, what time frames do you like to look at? The daily. You really don't want to use extended hours with it. It makes it wonky. And make sure you're using regular candlesticks. Much appreciated, Mighty Potato. Happy 12 months, man. I shall forever linger here amongst the pores. Thoughts on how much theta is ideal for rig? Probably more than I have, but, you know, do with that what you will. You probably want to cover summer. Summer's generally the highest point for oil prices across the year. So if you can cover like mid to late July, August, that's probably the best positions to be in. QQQQ turnaround sustainable. That's hard to say right now. It's bouncing, but you know, to what? Like, can it hit 332? Maybe 332, 333. It's just kind of just gonna do the same thing as the SPY. I still think that this breakdown is gonna continue. So we're seeing like some short-term support, but I don't think it's gonna last. Watch it because it could, but you know, you want to see this break 329 first, and then you want to see a break at really you want to see a break above 334 to confirm a bounce. Just like the SPY, where we kind of want to see that back towards that 432 to really confirm a reversal. We're seeing a lot more volume traded in this range than we did on the previous shoulder, which is not a good sign. Nice reversal on GameStop. Very nice reversal. Interesting. Super fucking volatile this morning, Jesus. Diane, thank you so much. I'm looking for an entry point to AMC. Should I check into a padded room now or once I lose all my money? That's up to you. Wait for entry on X Leaps. I don't know. They're pretty fucking cheap right now. You may not get one. I think this is about the point where I bought into mine. Like roughly the same price. If it goes lower, I'm gonna average mine down, but I don't know how much longer this commodity sell-off is gonna last. Eventually that money is gonna come back, and it's if the market's not doing well, it's gonna flow into commodities. Do you think the SST can rip again if volume is not enough to clear FTDs through CNS? It's possible, yeah. Although I do feel like they have it mostly under control. I mean, I'm still holding calls. I bought some more, like fucking 15. See what happens, but I don't think it will. AMD Jimmy showing strong correlation. Basket mechanics, yeah. I think maybe same shorts should be interesting because that would mean like Merrill, like big prime shorts. Sense running. If I hold shares in multiple accounts, do I vote for GME per account or once total? Per account. You got it, MDub. What's up? Had to take a bit of a break last week, but I'm back staring at lines again. Thanks for hanging with us the last year. Thanks, Chris, son of Dan. Dearest Girk, why aren't we also live streaming the Depp Herd trial like everywhere else? What implications could that have on the market and GMA? None. About the top of the chain X weeklies, I'm sure they'll print. They will not, Popcorn Trader, but you knew that when you bought them. Are you just trying to lose money to offset like taxes? Is that your actual investment strategy? Hold on, I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. Still red. See you later. Happy 1 year anniversary, and thank you for saving this poor from the AMC cult. Glad you listened. But doesn't Depp have all that pirate treasure? Think how many GME shares he could buy with that dead man's curse. Did you let Amber drop a grumpy in your bed? Oh boy. You know, it takes two to tango. And that situation's just way too crazy for two mentally stable people to find themselves in for a long period of time. Thank you, Gebsis. NFA, but do you think Higgins will win the World Snooker Championship this year? Hmm. What about Ronnie O'Sullivan? love how you just pronounce snooker. How would you pronounce it? Snooker? Do people say that? Would you be more bullish on Jan 2335s or Jan 2445s? 2335s. Probably. I like that better than going as far out as Jan 24. I don't know if the run in commodities will last that long. What's happening to Jimmy? I don't know. I mean, it looks like we're seeing some serious fucking support on the downside. That was a hell of a little rally right there. SPY bounce off 422. Recession and inflation now over. How do you use options data to decide where a stock is moving? Well, it depends on how illiquid the stock is. The more illiquid a stock is, the more its options chain will have an effect on the underlying. But you can see the accumulation of long and short interest, and the effect that has on the way the market maker wants to price the underlying asset. And you can use that to determine where the stock is going to go. Like yesterday or Friday, we saw, some big sell-offs in long GME positions, and we saw a subsequent drop in the price into this morning. But now I think we're seeing a reaccumulation of those positions. I was here for those moments. Remember that time you created the marketing team? When you rebranded to PiFi, when you created Pigeon Wells as a joke that wasn't funny enough, so you created Pontiff of VWAP. The time we almost MOASed, that was neat. I was here for those moments and so many more. I want to thank you for all the time and knowledge and putting up with this not a cult. Happy 1 year. Thanks, Ben. Thanks for being here, dude. Thanks for the songs. They've been dope. Thanks, Lemmy G. Snucker? Ugh. Snooker? Snooker? I can't deal with this right now. Congratulations on 1 year. I got my green name over the weekend. Can I please get the Gregorian chant plus rap, the upgrade music, and my PiFi infancy? Also, were my dates on the right track? Which dates? Okay, I'll get you the song.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
You too broken by the song? I need some bearish sentiment to level me out. Is this Wyckoff? Could be. It's compelling as all hell. Huh. Back up to 147? Interesting. What's even weirder is we have negative gex today. So this is pushing not only against the overall market sentiment, but it's pushing back against a negative delta hedge as well. I also wondered if the people who make the intro and outro clips would show their work as part of their portfolio to future employers, or if they're worried about the first comment being, is this some sort of cult thing? Imagine the British making fun of anyone else's accents. There's parts of England where you can't even understand what the fucking people are saying. They sound like they have goddamn marbles in their mouths. And then there's the Welsh. We're not playing chicken on a raft. Remember when you used to draw pickles? I do. Slowly getting out of short positions ahead of share recall, same like Wyckoff? Yeah. Scotland is like being called a part of England. Nice, Gareth. My racist towards Mexicans? How? Absolutely not. Remember when you showed us that beautiful thing known as chicken on a raft, and then you didn't ever play it for us again? I did, I think. I played it a second time. Jimmy 145 cc's safe weekly? Little risky at 145. Am I even joking? Up $69 today for non-margin account. Thanks, Girk. Dilly dilly. Thanks, JS. Why do you hate my Mexican wife? I don't. I once played Chicken on a Raft as a demo on a $250,000 pair of speakers in the middle of a trade show this weekend. Very ripping. Interesting. Ooh, it is. Waiting for something like this. See if it fucking destroys me or not. Let's do it. I'm gonna lose some money on bio stocks again. I already chased it. It's too late. You can't stop me now. Tell me not to buy more CERN puts. I mean, you're gonna do what you're gonna do, popcorn trader. Hey, look, it did it. If you can't lose money on the anniversary, then when can you? Well, to be fair, I've been watching Very for like a couple weeks now. So it's like a planned bout of degeneracy. I've been selling CCs uncertain for months to some idiot. Well, it's not popcorn trader. He's buying the cash secured puts. Is NFLZ still a bounce back play? If yes, expected high in the next couple months. Happy anniversary. Enjoy the stream. Thanks, man. Give me a second. Remind me in a little bit, maximum force, and I'll check it for you. You know what? Fuck it. NFLZ. Nope. I don't even have it on here. I have no idea. Still primarily GME focused, or do you mainly go into what's happening that day in the market in general? We're still primarily GME focused, but we trade a lot of other shit too. Planned degeneracy better or worse than spontaneous degeneracy? It's easier to explain to my accountant. Am I 0.3 delta away from perfectly neutral on my sold CCs and bought calls? Am I a market maker now? You could be. Seacraft, Meredith Actual. Congrats on the poorversary. Only took 1 year to discover. Nobody better at sell the dip by the peak. I am FOMO in the flesh. Though you refused all spokesmodel talks with Trader Jose's, you deserve all the accolades. F super stonk. About to buy, which means we'll tank again. VR 11 months, 9 as a pigeon whale. Dude, thank you so much, Seacraft. I appreciate it, man. I am FOMO in the flesh. No place I'd rather be. Happer 1 year on YouTube, big guy. You're the man. Thank you so much, NW. I appreciate it, dude. My stack varied July 10C. I bought on the dip. Are loving this. Thanks, Gherkin. You the man. Thanks, Dominic. Spy trying to bounce off 420 again. It doesn't look as good this time. AMD holding up pretty well too. Good time for cat calls. I'd still wait. It's finding some support here at 211, but yeah, I think we're gonna see a dip a little lower. Keep an eye open for a turnaround, but I think it could go a little bit lower. Look at that. Snap coming back up. Performance. Ooh. Breakout. Pump it. Still holding rad leaps. Yeah. I think it's 428, so Thursday is when they're supposed to be presenting the tender offer again, or representing it. Actually, I feel whenever half the volume on the 145 strike are my trades. Like you over concentrate your position. You're not trading like 10 calls, Moon. You should spread shit out a little more. Long-time lurker, recent joiner. Congrats, man. Would have been a member sooner, but I was busy losing membership money in Tesla with Mac cores. Pigeon teeth for MOASS. You leave me no choice. The skipper's in the wardroom drinking gin. Hey, oh, chicken on a raft. I don't mind knocking, but I ain't going in. Hey, oh, chicken on a raft. Jimmy's laughing like a drain. Hey, oh, chicken on a raft. Been looking at the comic cuts again. Hey, oh, chicken on a raft. Thank you so much, Pigeon Teeth for MOASS. Tick. Any expectations for cat earnings? I expect them to be quite good, actually. Did you get out of your Netflix calls? That stock is dumping pretty hard. Yeah, I hedged it with puts and my for earnings, and my calls got stopped out that morning. I have a couple calls on Netflix right now, but not many. And they're mostly just to see if it bounces off of these lows. I have some at 210 and 225. But they're just speculative, and I can pull them back. I bought them out of the money, so I'm not too super worried about them. What strikes for Jimmy would you consider safe to sell CCs on or above this week? Yeah, BBY Cohen FTDs are due today. Aviator. Hold on, someone IBM going to retrace. Kind of looks like it's trying to, but not much. Maybe back up to like 135. I don't think 136 even looks that good currently. Do you mean on the intraday or just like out here? Out here it looks pretty good. Like I think a return back to like maybe consolidation back to like the 134 range before it moves up again. But on the intraday it looks like it's gonna go down. Oh, this looks bullish as fuck. How many fucking options at 1350 go in the money? What are they afraid of? Like nothing open. Just buying. Those are already in the money. Interesting. Strikes on GME for this week. I sold like 25 at 150 this morning. Big G, congrats on the 1 year. Trader Joe's will get a clue soon enough with the the F. 1 year, no unlimited supply of ice cream Sammys. I wish. Ooh, that makes me want to eat one of those. I want you to know I like you better than Jake Paul. Thanks, Kyle Bitchler. Great comment. Sure, my portfolio is down 67% all the time, but I got Matt Kors to say buy puts cost same like shares, and Pie Fi to sing chicken on a raft. I don't care what my dad says. I have a gift. May 20 option chain is interesting on Varia. Is it? I mean, there's a lot of interest at 15. and up. Not a lot around its current price, though. If it hits 15, it's going to rocket. So I bought more rig today, but it just keeps drilling. Yeah, it's really not looking great. I'm brand new at options. Any thoughts on $1 MMAT calls expiring July 22nd? What's the bear case for that, or bull case for that stock? Because I can't think of one. 1 year, I didn't know much about markets or pickles and thought gherkin was a Dutch name. I've learned much since then. Thanks to the education and cool community and for saying all these ridiculous usernames out loud. Thanks, Big Dilly Style. Much appreciated, man. Yeah, for X you want far dated calls. It isn't Dutch. What's the deal with Veru? So they have some sort of COVID medication, and they were putting it through for immediate FDA approval after it passed its clinical trials. I'm assuming that it got approved. Yeah, they announced today that the phase 2 study of daily oral sabizabulin in patients with severe COVID-19 at high risk for acute respiratory distress syndrome were presented at the 32nd European Congress of Clinical Microbiology and Infectious Diseases. The data observed in the small phase 2 study are quite dramatic and provide the support for pursuing sabizabulin. God, what a terrible name. Sabizabulin. Sabizabulin? I'm trying to figure out how to break up these. Okay. Sabizabulin. A safe drug that can be utilized in the most severely ill COVID-19 patients, blah blah blah. Then they talk about the trial. So it's moving into stage 3 veracity study. Yeah, that's it. Sabizabulin. There's no FTDs due from Torchlight. That was forever ago. It's pronounced Yo Gabba Gabba. Sabizabulin? I don't know. Cool, so Vera to the Moon looks good. Probably Vera to the Moon briefly, then puts on Veru, then Vera to the Moon again. That's usually how bio stocks work. I'm setting a fucking stop on this. This profits are ridiculous already. Thanks for all you do, and happy 1 year. This is the best non-cult group a guy could ask for. Thank you so much, Drink the Gatorade. I wasn't here day 1, but I was here day 2, so don't forget our anniversary tomorrow, okay, Gerg? I won't, Snowcase, I promise. Is Facebook gonna do a Netflix tomorrow? It could. Any thoughts on I-bonds? How old are you? Are you retired? SPY breaks down from 420. What's the next resistance? Hold on, I have TA on it out here. It's the wrong candlesticks. Oh, and it disappeared. Okay. So SPY breaks down from 420. The next resistance is at like 416. 416, 415, right in that range. It's kind of wonky. But I would say 416.32 down to like 411. So 415, 410 is an easier way to remember it. What is your price target for options on Veru? I mean, I have a stop limit set. I'm gonna see if it turns around here. And then I'll update the stop limit if I need to. I don't really have a price target, although 15 looks spicy as fuck if it can get pushed that high. Thanks, 1337. Seems like a lot more time for a $5 strike difference. Yeah, but there's less risk of us hitting 150 than there is of us hitting 145 by Friday. Don't forget I can pull them back, Moon. Because I don't overextend my position like you do. What I learned from these past months changed my life for the better. Thanks for treating Pores, Dans, Pigeon Whales, and MKs equally. Here's to the future. May the tending man come. What doing, Sanji? Thank you so much, Sir David P. I appreciate it, man. Head and Shoulders, same like Chop. Yeah. On GameStop? I don't know. We're kind of holding this resistance here at 136. This is good. If we build up some long interest, we might move up. Let's bounce. You only have weeklies on Veru? I have a couple other calls on it, but just like three. I have three other calls besides these. We'd have to break a higher price point to confirm a shift towards Phase E. What is it, Dan Dan Revolution? Ooh, spicy. New intraday high. Remember that one time that a delicious flaky croissant almost took down a 6'3", 230-ish pound man? Ah, the memories we all have. Seriously, thanks to you and your team. Thanks, Bob. I appreciate it. I did almost die to a croissant one day. That was scary, man. Never inhale flaky croissant. It's just not a good time. Time for GME calls? I don't know about that. Are you 6'3"? Yeah. Does anybody remember when Pi-Fi showed up in a Rudolph outfit for Christmas? Oh, Jesus Christ, we've done some weird shit here. If Jamie runs a bit after announcement of a split, but not to the moon, is there anything we can look for that would indicate a smaller short interest than we thought versus one final can kick? No, because it'll be hard to differentiate covering from FOMO. I don't care how tall you are, Moonwin. You're probably 5'11". I look shorter. I'm sitting low in my chair. This is very interesting. NKTX exploded. Time to buy the top. Jesus Christ. What is the top? $23? There's resistance at 20. But it's already blown through this like $16 resistance once. And it doesn't look like the trend isn't super bearish. It's about to break VWAP to the upside. I'd be careful with it, but it doesn't look bad. I'm pretty sure Moonwin is a very slim 5'3". CVS just dipped below 100. I was looking at that earlier. It looked good. No one can tell me GME is overvalued when Tesla maintains these price levels. I mean, they're nothing alike. Totally different stocks. Also, Tesla has assets, which GameStop really doesn't. GME headed to test 140. Yeah, it looks good to tap on this resistance here. I wonder how much of this is just in sympathy with the SPY moving up, though. The SPY keeps trying to break view up, but it's not very successful right now. This looks like it's going to fail the test. Nope. Stopped out. So close. Double bottom SPY 420 equals bullish lunch? Maybe. Tesla's still pushing up. Apple's kind of just trading sideways. It's weird to see a gap down in Apple like that. But it looks like it's going back to 420. Stop gets skipped over. Nope. I got stopped out. Alright, what was the other stock? NTL. What was it? NKTX. Ah, I don't want this. IV's too high. Oh well. Puts on Moonwind. Any good book recommendations? What do you like? No one can tell me GME is overvalued. We're looking to see anything specific with AMD earnings next week. Larger database sales growth would be huge. X under 32, good deal. Expectations on Vero? I don't know. It's a fucking bio stock. It could do all kinds of weird shit over the next few days. I have 3 more calls left at like $10, so we'll see how those play out. But I'm out of the weeklies. I got stopped out. Where are all the pickle picks? Are Are you gonna target at the money puts on Veru for May 20 at confirmed reversal? Maybe. I don't know how much it's gonna dip in between the announcements, but or how fast they're gonna be. That's the problem with bio stocks is like nothing's official until the news is out. So there's no like rumor to buy. It's just flat and then big ups or big downs. Rig gonna move back up. Interesting. I hope so. How much are May $24 calls? One more. Spy dumping hard. Ooh, rough. Yeah. Everything's getting kicked in the junk. So cat broke down below that 211 support. Let's take a look at that. So see this, it's hard to see, but see this blue line? So it looks like cat is going to be heading back to 206, maybe as low as like 202. Before there's opportunity for a re-entry. This could be an opportunity to buy some puts on it, actually, now that it's just broken to the downside of this resistance. I don't like to because cat can kind of overshoot its resistances a bit and bounce back up. I would wait for at least a small uptick and then a confirmed drop. Right? So wait until maybe you see a little bounce in it. And then another rejection before looking to enter puts, but there's about $10 of range that it can move here to the downside. There's a Pickles pick for everyone. Yeah, I think it's gonna find a little bit of support here. At 210. So what you're looking for here at 210 is a small bit of resistance and a bounce. And then you want to see that bounce get rejected. And then see it's already starting to bounce. So then you want to see a rejection here at like maybe up to 211, and then you'd want to enter the short side at 210. And then your risk would obviously be a retest of like 211. Jesus Christ, that was accurate. Learning how to trade during one of the craziest periods of market volatility after the longest bull run sure does put hair on your chest. That very play was fun. In and out without a loss. It was a good time. I made like 60 something percent, I think, on my calls. You can't go wrong doubling your money. It could bounce off VWAP too. It's like learning to play on hard mode. Only some folks have the fortitude and ability to make it happen. Unfortunately, it's not the easiest time to enter the markets. Can you tell me if BBY has an ascending wedge? Look. Yeah. This is bullish. And this is your break point. So 1725 is what you're looking at. BTU starting to move back up. It almost looks like GameStop has some extra FTDs due today, but I'm trying to think, like May, what was it, March 7? March 7 actually had some pretty decent volume, 3 million volume. And then March, what was the other one today? 1 second. I don't remember the other FTD. March 17th. March 17th didn't really much volume. 3 million. Tomorrow's FTDs are pretty interesting. As are tomorrow's ETF FTDs. Yeah, if we assume that this was all ETF shorting, we could have some pretty big net short FTDs from ETFs going into this period, and we're right here. So that could be interesting, especially here on the 14th for ETF FTDs. Curious. It's stabilizing us. It's at least enough to stabilize our price. Why does it seem so easy to scalp Tesla? It can be. Another risk taken to get that $34. Horrible. At what point would we think Jimmy is heading off to 147? After it breaks clean of 140? Yeah. We want to see a break of this. I mean, we have a couple resistances, right? We have 142.98 and we have 140.41. Those are both pretty important. You can't wash sale on options if you don't use the same strike twice. How do you calculate the confidence of an ascending descending wedge breaking to the upside downside? I mean, descending wedges usually break to the upside, or ascending wedges usually break to the downside, and descending wedges usually break to the upside. Ascending triangles are a bit different. They usually break up, even though they're sort of an ascending wedge. They have a solid resistance at the top, which is showing repeated tests and higher lows, which is kind of a sign that buy side is winning. Whereas, an ascending wedge, you're seeing price action that trades more like this. And it's usually, both of these are continuation patterns, right? So an ascending wedge, you usually see it like that, and then it breaks down. But that's because it's a continuation off of descending channel. And then with an ascending or with a descending wedge, it's usually a continuation off of an ascending channel, right? And so you're seeing price action break down like that and then bounce. It doesn't always break that resistance though. Descending wedges can be kind of a trap because of that. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, but the confidence at that point is low. And then an ascending triangle is also a continuation pattern, where multiple tests occur, and you have this higher low on the bottom, which indicates buy pressure is increasing into those tests. Is there a penalty for wash sales? No. You just can't write them off on your taxes. You clip that cat stuff. If you have the timestamp, and you throw it up, I can only clip so far back in the stream, Big Dilly style. But if you have the timestamp on it and you put it in the clips channel, I'll get it clipped at the end of the week. I'm back from yard work. Did you do the big surprise frosted tips reveal yet? No. Where are we going for the anniversary dinner? I don't know. I didn't really have any plans. The company has to have a stock buyback agreement in place, but not necessarily because of safe harbor laws. They can begin a buyback during a quarter and then announce it at that like quarterly meeting. So it's kind of tricky. But they do need an agreement in place. But they don't but they don't have to tell shareholders until the end of the quarter that they've bought stock back or haven't bought stock back. Is today shaping up to be a bad day for entries across the market? The problem is it's choppy, right? We're on the low resistance on the SPY. It's starting to break down, but we don't have like a lot of confirmation that this trend is going to continue. And since everything else is also basically at support, either trading right below or right above, it's hard to tell. Like GameStop is trading right below its resistance. It's hard to tell if we're just going to see more chop or if there's going to be some more downside. Like I would say there's not a lot of momentum to be found anywhere up or down, and that's kind of why I didn't have a lot of entries planned for today. I am looking into getting some cat puts, because it's starting to look like it's going to get rejected on this bounce. So I'll probably be buying 210s 30 days out, I suppose. Good entry on Fubo now? Maybe. I don't know. I used to like that stock a lot, but it has not performed well over the last few months. It's cheap. It's not at an all-time low, but it's kind of close. Hmm. SPY under 420 GG? No, not necessarily. I mean, it's already under 420. There's still resistance. SPY under 400's kind of a big problem. SPY under 400 takes us all the way back to kind of our lows that we saw last May. Capit's with earnings in a few days. I just think it's going to move down in its channel. But I already printed. I mean, I'm already up on them. So, yeah. I bought them like at the money. I just expect, I think it can move back towards 200. I'll be looking for a bounce, obviously. How bullish are you on an AMD reversal? I mean, pretty. I have a lot of leaps. And I have shares. I haven't bought more shares, but my cost basis is pretty low, so I don't really want to. But I have a bunch of leaps. If it stays below 88 today or 89, I'll probably look at getting some like $90 leaps as well. I'm very confident that they are undervalued. I don't know how confident I am in an immediate big turnaround, but I could see it moving back up into the like 105, 106 range. Yeah, Veru looked like it was coming down to test VWAP before moving back up. It's already starting to bounce. I think this will probably climb for a few more days. I wouldn't say like $15 longer dated calls are that dangerous, but you want to watch the downside on it. It is a bio stock, so if it moves down, it can move down hard. But the call interest at 15 is pretty strong. There's a lot of OI. If it can push past 15, then it's gonna run a little bit. Brad dead? I mean, no, but it running or not running isn't really the play on it. It's kind of waiting to see what's going on with the tender offer. So if the tender offer comes in and shareholders accept it, you know, at $15 a share, the price of the stock's going to double, which is huge. And leaps are cheap, so I have $8 leaps. I might buy some more. We'll see how it plays out. I think a lot of the speculation is that it's the value of their customer database. For Jan calls, you like BBY 20 or GME 200 more? I mean, BBY 20s are more likely to print. Why do you prefer at the money leaps instead of far out of the money leaps for AMD? What would make your decision different? I mean, how far out of the money are you talking? I have leaps at 120 and 145 also. I'm not buying those right now, but X just gonna keep going down for now. Jimmy Jan 200C less likely to print. Shill confirmed. I mean, statistically it is. Like a BBY $20 call is far closer to the money than a GME $200 call. Would you guys short meta? Maybe. It's risky, but it's not the worst play in the world. I don't know how much more downside's left. I mean, it's approaching like COVID crash price levels already. It's like and like like the 2018 crash, it hit 121. It's at 182 right now. I would say it's awfully cheap already. Don't forget that they still have like $50 billion in cash and own like the IP of like 80 different companies. Meta back to 121 fast. It could. It doesn't force shareholders to sell. What's on Twitter? I don't know. I have no interest in fucking with Twitter at all. I don't think that. I mean, even if they accept the offer and he buys in at 54, it's only going to move up to 54, right? And if they reject the offer, what's it going to do? Move back down to like 45? It's just, I don't know. And the risk there is tremendous. Why bother? I want Facebook to fail as much as the next guy, but it's already pretty cheap. Don't forget that those losses in valuation across the sector are already being realized on the price of Facebook. AMD Weekly's on the menu? Never. Thoughts on us being so much higher and not being shorted nearly as heavily? I mean, it's good, right? We are resisting the down. We're outperforming the SPY by quite a bit today. When will we know if Rite Aid accepts or rejects? Rite Aid's board has already rejected it. Spearpoint has said that they are going to directly offer shareholders a tender offer of the same amount, disregarding the board's decision and move to a hostile takeover. What'll happen to Twitter shorts if they accept Elon's offer? They'll just cough up the money. Yeah, cover. Or who cares, right? Like, the price isn't going to go up that fucking much. What are they afraid of? IRNT is also outperforming the SPY. Does that mean my kids can go to college now? Because I didn't lose all their money on IRNT calls. Oh. Who was buying IRNT calls? I know at one point we tried to time the bottom when it did that little bump after its massive drop, but last time I remember, we just shorted the shit out of it. Me? Thanks for 1 year, gherkin, everything you've taught me. Can't believe I lived long enough to see Moonwind become a billionaire. From mold farms, who used to be a pigeon whale. From mold farms to perm day, this has been my favorite quarter of the internet since you made it such a great community. Thanks goes to Florka. I appreciate it, dude. BBY fair value price $40-$50 a share. If it was trading at its book value, it'd be trading at like almost 120 a share after the buyback. Can't believe you've been shilling for a whole year. Congrats. Thanks, Tyrd. What brand espresso machine did you grab? I have a Profitec Pro 600 with flow control. Not that I mean, fuck that means, but at least 38 million shorts on Twitter. That's not going to be small money. No. But what's Twitter's float? Like, what percentage of the float is that? Yeah, it's small money. And who says they're gonna fucking cover, right? Like, why are people assuming that shorts are getting squeezed out in this scenario? Double bottom on the CVS 4-hour. It's got a little more room to the downside, but it does look good for a bounce. The range on the bounce is kind of shitty, though. Not that this can be a little lower, because it could be. Like, sub 100 back to like 105. I don't know if I like that as a short-term play. Target getting cheap again. Shopify still dropping like a rock. UPS moving down to its new yearly low as well. TLT's up today. T-Doc up. Fiverr up. All these fucking overshort meme stocks are moving today. It's weird. Tell you what, I'll become a pigeon whale once I'm in my new house. I told you how to get your house. I don't understand how you can sell super high risk calls at the end of the fucking week instead of just selling like minimal risk calls 3 weeks out. For Rod, will we know on Thursday if it's going to rip, or there'll have to be some sort of meeting or vote? I'm not sure how it's going to play out yet. I'm just holding leaps, right, with the expectation that something's going to happen. If nothing happens, I'm going to sell them for basically what I bought them for. That's an advantage of buying leaps for a short-term play like that, is that you can give yourself exposure, right? But not take on a lot of near-term risk. So you can just buy a bunch of leaps, and if nothing happens, you can sell them for roughly what you bought them for, as long as the price remains stable. Already have BBY 300 shares, 5C August C's, 40 August C's. Should I build close to the money now? I would. I mean, the price is extremely cheap. Like 20s and 30s seem awesome on BBBY right now. Ivy's pretty low. I mean, a little elevated from last Friday, so you may want to give it a day if it's going to continue to trade relatively flat. Corsair below IPO price. Yeah, I know. DJ Datrix. But any chance you can go over the next OPEC dates for me? Happy 1 year. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, we're looking at May, post May 20th. So really the window from May 20th through June 21st, I think it is. Double check that. Yeah, June 22nd. Because we still don't know which window our OPEC cycle is going to fall in. I have a feeling it's going to be June, because they really haven't overextended themselves very much so far, and we haven't really seen like that big swap interest come in, and the big drive down in price. So I would say more likely June right now than May. Can you check GT? But we'll be updating that. Good year. It's weird that that's down so much. I wonder if rubber's having supply issues. I don't really know that much about the rubber industry. I know that supply is very limited for natural latex. And if there's issues getting things shipped from Asia, that could present a lot of problems for them. The price seems good, but the price action is not like this from a technical standpoint. This isn't very bullish. It looks like it's going to come down more. I mean, it's consolidating a little bit, but I don't see that necessarily reversing trend in the near term. Unless there's something more to it that you're not telling me, which is almost 100% of the time with you, turd. So what is it? What's going on with Goodyear? What fucking ETF is it wrapped up in? It's the options chain. A buyout, maybe? Ooh. 180 million float. I mean, the OI doesn't seem crazy high. Like, there's a decent amount of it. It's pretty liquid, but... Latex and food grade rubber has huge supply issues right now. Okay. This prediction is centered in Thailand, Myanmar, and Vietnam. Barry is still bouncing. I think I got filled on a couple more calls on the dip. Yeah, I picked up 10 more. I took a month off to rezen. What's the next month or two bringing us for hype? I I feel like we might see a little pressure let off early May. And possibly our best potential chance for a reversal in this current Wyckoff trend. If not, we're probably not going to see any upside until June. And we could see volatility start to pick up into the shareholders meeting. So shortly after May OPEX, we could start to see volatility picking up as we move towards that potential stock split. GME no longer outperforming the SPY. I mean, notionally it is, but no, it's not. So we'll see if the SPY can fucking hold 420. I would say that the SPY is continuing its downtrend, if anything. It's like... This has some decent volume, at least. But it's probably not enough to break to the upside. Are you able to confirm that OPEX is still slated for May? I don't think we're gonna run in May very hard. I don't think they've built up enough obligations. If they don't build up obligations, there's no reason to run. When Apple 140? That's a bit of a stretch. XRT doing a thing? Not really. It's doing things. This just looks like covering. BBY looking good. Might actually have enough. Well, it looked like it almost had enough volume to break out here, but then it seems to be dying off. What happens if no obligations are built up by June? Nothing? I mean, yeah. if they're not packing away there's short positions in ETFs, then there's no reason for us to run, right? And we still have the split and the, shareholders meeting and all of that. But for OPEX, yeah, if they're not building up obligations, why would we rip? That's one of the other reasons I'm holding off on buying like long calls. Rubber down 5.46% in Japan. Interesting. Hope you're doing well. How do you feel about puts on Ader? Do you think we still have room to move towards $4? It was moving down earlier. It looked good. Oh, God damn it. I mean, it's still holding its lows. It's still on a downtrend. I don't think it doesn't look like it's turning around or improving much. It's found some support here. If this continues to just kind of trade flat, I'll probably close out of mine. But I mean, I'm still way up on them. Fun fact, went to the garage bar to get ready to chug for you. Your shadow banned on your 1-year anniversary. Awesome. What great news. I think the channel's just always been shadow banned. But who gives a shit? They definitely don't want to increase the bag right now, but they are lowering the borrow rate. So it's only a matter of time before we see them start to borrow again, right? I do think there will be more time, or the standard amount of time at least for this cycle to play out. And we're still relatively, if we are targeting a June OPEX, we're very, very early in the cycle still. Are you shadow banned, or is it possible that YouTube is really just that terrible of a platform? Could be both. Do you think they haven't built up so many obligations is because of the split? Yeah, that's possible. Far riskier, far higher potential for a share recall. Jimbo Land, thanks so much, man. Sorry if I missed it at some point, but do you ever find out if OPEX cycle is officially can-kicked for GME? Moved to a new cycle date after moving into the R2K. I mean, it looks like they rolled their puts on XRT forward to March in Feb. After those, like, right around the time that they de-risked those volatility positions, it does look like they moved their puts forward. So it still looks like OPEX occurs in that Feb cycle, but they were able to offset some of the risk and roll it forward into March. I don't know if that's really been confirmed, but that's what it looked like with the data I was looking at. My beard gets a little more gray every time I buy Papa calls. Yeah, those will stress you out. If they don't build up obligations, what does that mean? Will we see higher reported SI? No, the risk there is that the volatility positions no longer have an interest in GameStop. If the risk is too high, why wouldn't they just walk away instead of continuing to drum up volatility? Considering the drop from 30-ish to where it is now, I mean, there's a lot of institutional selling on BBBY since Ryan Cohen entered because the price went up. Why is the 10-year yield so much lower today? I'm not sure. TLT's up too, which is weird. I don't like Express. I think they're a good company, but I don't think their share price is going to improve very much anytime soon. I mean, we didn't ever expect a run to 250, I don't think. At least not for Feb or March. Our Gamma Max was relatively low through that whole period, around like 160. The fact that we hit 200 was pretty impressive. And I think largely had to do with the fact that they continued to accrue obligations over an additional month. Otherwise, I think OPEX would have played out at around $160. Can you look at AN? Test of 130. Provided everything works out great for them. I mean, this is an auto parts company, right? Oh no, they sell vehicles. I think new car sales are gonna fall off pretty hard over the next couple quarters. I'm not sure how much I like this. A test of 130 right now looks very unlikely. Provided good earnings and stuff, maybe back up to like the 120 range. I don't see it pushing as high as it got back in like November of last year. Used car prices are already coming down. Eventually, because of the high prices, right, that encourages more people to sell their old piece of shit cars, right? And that means that the market has more liquidity, right? And then thus demand is satisfied and lowered, which means that the pricing will then have to drop as well. Sometimes I think FTDs are just not that relevant unless they're insanely high. They're not unless they're insanely high. They do. I mean, they still have an effect. Like, we don't have very high FTDs today, right? But we're resisting the market downturn largely because of the ones we do have, right? It protected us all morning from the massive downturn in the market. So it does have an effect, but it's more of an effect over time. Even these lower levels of FTDs, like say, you know, sub 1 million, 500,000 to a million FTDs, right? How are you sold out of used cars for 3 months? Don't people just come in with used cars and trade them in for new cars? Like, how the fuck do you know that your inventory is depleted for a 3-month period? Visa VWAP, cheers to 1 year. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, dude. Thanks, Abia. Also, Southern California's demand is not the same as the rest of the country. That's a weird used car market anyway. You guys can afford cars. What's up, DV? Does your Wyckoff run in like with June expectations? I mean, that would be a catalyst to drive price action higher. A lot of things happening in June. Went to 4 different dealerships for that car. All BMWs were sold out. Dude, just go inland where they can't afford them. Like, you need to go to areas where they're fucking driving Hondas to buy your BMW. That's all. I'm sure you can find one. Or buy one on Craigslist. Why are you going to a dealership anyway? They're just gonna fucking upcharge you like 30% on what they took on the trade-in. So you can have, what, peace of mind? If it's a new car, there shouldn't be anything wrong with it. Just make sure it hasn't been in a wreck. If I were getting married in 12 days, what should I YOLO all of my soon-to-be wife's savings on? Wait, didn't you already get married? I thought you were... Oh, no, you were engaged. I don't know. Have a conversation, come to a mutual decision, Carl. Be an adult about it. Do you mind looking at HTZ? Sure. You think it's going to do the car thing? It's compelling. It's almost like they shorted car rentals during the pandemic, right? Wife had no remedy on her car to trade in and nowhere else to take it but the dealership. Can you just sell it on your own? Like, it might take you a little longer, but the savings, not only the profit, but the savings are worth it. Because if you trade in a car and get a used car, you're getting fucked by the dealership's margins on both ends, right? So you're taking 20% less for the car you're getting rid of, and you're paying 20% more for the car you're buying. I just know my girlfriend has 10K that's not 20K that's not in GMA. After 10 years, I served her a breakup text. I think if we're already at cars, shall I buy my after MOASS car already or what? Wait for it? Got the money, but since I actually plan to buy it after MOASS, it feels strange to do it now. I don't know. You could wait. I wouldn't buy cars right now. I feel like now's not a great time to be investing in depreciating assets unless you absolutely need to. It's almost like they shorted therapeutics during the pandemic too. Well, of course. Because for every one that's a success, 20 others are going to fail, right? Trade in a dealership, like using the broker roll function. Yeah, except you get fucked for 4 years instead of 1 day. If you look at Robinhood, how would it perform in a bear market? Who gives a shit? RH? Oh, this isn't Robinhood. What's Hood's ticker's Hood? What is this? Home furnishing. Probably not great. The cost of commodities is going to go up. I don't know if they're involved in the manufacture. They have a real estate development segment. Home decor? I mean, there's its performance in the previous bear market. We could look back at how it did in 08. Maybe? No, they weren't public back then. So, I mean, it'll just go down with the market, right? Is it Restoration Hardware? I don't understand this real estate development operation segment that they control. That's what's kind of weird about it. I'd have to look into the company more. But I mean, sure, their customer base is more insulated from the effects of inflation. And it does look like their stock price is starting to turn around, but they haven't like overperformed in previous market downturns. So, you know, if there is a drop in the market, you'll probably be able to get it cheaper. It's very exciting. I don't know why I was thinking Robinhood. Another retest of 1725. Did it fail? It's continuing to just push up. Should break eventually. Pickle Morty. One year anniversary and we can't even hit 1K likes. Lame pickles. Anyway, I bought my first ever put today. That's how much Facebook sucks as a company. Even I will buy a few puts. Fuck you, Facebook hug. I can't say I'm a big Facebook fan. BBY finally broke out. Oh, nice. Well, a little bit. Choking on my water. Hold on, it went down the wrong wrong tube. Oh, that was uncomfortable. I'm not dying. I'm alright. Don't worry about me. Flaky water, yeah. I rushed back to my computer because I heard you dying. Thanks for being on top of it. What do you think about VSCO right now? It usually trades north of 50. Could be a good entry. Victoria's Secret, it doesn't have a lot of price history. It's traded north of 50, but it's only existed since like the middle of last year, right? And it looks like it's in a continuous downtrend. I think it might bounce, so you might be able to see some upside on it. I think Victoria's Secret kind of missed the boat on getting over shorted like the rest of like the mall stocks, right? Ooh, very promising. Yeah, I'm alright. Is 12 cents without a confirmation bounce not a valid breakout to you? Shill. What's up, Gav? Have we talked about how Kohl's will also potentially get bought out? The stock is doing big ups. I was unaware that Kohl's was being bought out. I would have to look into it. You know what won't kill you? Watching the video I sent your Discord DMs. I did post, since I is poor, not pigeon well, you would need to dig. Riku. I'll check it out. You're always trying to get me to watch videos during market hours. I have stocks to watch right now. Darth, you know that. VSCO is an XRT stock. I know. JCPenney's offers $8.6 billion for Kohl's. Interesting. Any thoughts on Twitter accepting Elon's bid? I mean, who cares? Why is everyone all about fucking this Twitter, like the Twitter shit going on? Who gives a shit? It's what, gonna go up to $54, which is what they're asking, right? Maybe. Or they reject it and the price drops again. It's a lot of risk for not a lot of potential movement. Because Daddy Elon, I mean, he's not going to make Twitter more money than they already make. Rad looks extremely cheap here. I mean, probably because they're going out of business. And they haven't been doing great. Maybe Twitter will become the official social media of Mars. Thoughts on CERN? It's really interesting if their deal falls through, but it doesn't look like it's gonna. Why about to smash 1750? Smash is a strong word. Move through. BBBY to 50 fast. I fucking hope so. Good thing I'm not way overextended on certain puts. But if you're right, Popcorn Trader. Can I have my RAD shares for 1468, please, and thank you. Well, I don't want them. But somebody might. Spy about to fail 422.50 again. Yeah, we'll see. It broke out to the upside. This doesn't look so bad. Has UWMC found a turnaround? Somehow I doubt it. No. Are you like trading this on the intraday or something? Hate watchers shorting the like button. What are we at? We're over 1,000. What are you worried about? That's like 80%. You can't expect everyone to click a button on their phone. That's fucking hard work, man. I don't believe in confirmation bounces. I barely find the time to click buttons. Don't worry about it. My first big loss was on UWMC. That's what I get for browsing Wall Street bets. Wish BBY would have stayed at 16 longer so I could transfer my Wetzel's Pretzels gains into it more effectively. Oh well. When did RC's buy and FTD start to kick in? It was Friday and today. I think it was the last 2 days. I think you're a great dude, Gurk, but for one, have never hit the like button and honestly never will. Fuck you too, Dennis Ryan. What's the deal with gold? Is it a buy since it's dropping? Do you want to hold it forever? Moonman? That's the risk you take with gold, is that you hold it forever and the price drops. I'm starting to think that Gaff is an actual show. No, he really is. One of my puts on United out of spite. Ooh, spite puts are fun. Do I need to hit the like button if I'm a billionaire? Doesn't that mean I already like it? There should be an auto like feature for members who tune in. That'd be weird. How would they? I don't even think they could implement that. Maybe they could, but they don't. They want you to physically do it every single day. They thrive on that interaction. They need their dopamine rush. Thanks, Esrol. How to turn $3 into 200? I don't know. How is this so? It just seems like a misrepresentation of the data. Maybe it hasn't updated yet. Give it like 15 minutes. Why is Key Internet? Switzerland e-security company? I don't know. The penny stocks do this shit all the time. You were in it here. You definitely don't want to be in it here. Perfect. Definitely not bull mate. Definitely. I moved 2 shares over to CS last year. What shape and color do I post in PiFi when I move them back to my brokerage? Thanks, Pterodactyl. Yeah, the open interest on T is insane. I don't know. I saw it already, turd, like over the weekend. I'm not sure why though. Like, is someone gonna buy AT&T? Who? There's no way they can merge with any of the other big telecoms because it would just create a monopoly. So where's the interest there? And they just split off like Warner Media. Twitter Elon news. What's the news? Why don't you just say what the news is instead of saying Twitter Elon news? When did America really care about monopolies? The late 1800s to early 1900s? KSS? Oh, yeah. Supposedly they're getting bought out. Or someone's offering them a buyout. There's potential upside there. Sure, it's already priced into the options chain. Yeah, not so bad. Twitter agrees to the buyout. Cool. Twitter to 54. Get it while it's hot. Twitter straight to 51.92. I think the stock market has the highest potential to crash initially. The other ones would follow afterwards. I'm not afraid of it. I have a hedge. Whatever. People will chase anything and everything. Yeah. $50 put on Twitter for grins. I'd wait till it hits 54 first. It could rip. It's just not worth the risk. What if they rejected it, right? How do you even think VIX will play out for the rest of the day? The SPY's stabilizing a little bit. VIX is kind of still moving up, though. We'll see. I mean, I already have stops set, so if it falls too much, I'm going to get out. End of the day, I'll look to see if I want to carry my, like, profitable calls overnight or not. Oh, thanks, CJ. This Raymond James guy really likes AMT. I mean, I do too. Why don't you chase Twitter like you did Rad? I don't want to. Rad has more potential. Ooh, Home Depot starting to bounce a little bit. Nice. Ball's over there soon. Tesla might retest 1,000. I've been hitting 54. Step out of those? No. Do you vote shares on TD yet? I don't know. I don't have TD. For a potential, but we should see a potential breakup soon. This should be like the bottom before we go through another phase of upside. DTCC CEO retiring. Cool. Kind of a good entry for the next 4 to 5 weeks. Hard to say. If the Dow keeps coming down, it's gonna move back towards 200. Goldman saying T's a buy, valuation 26. Decent dividend. Hulk smashing through 1750. It's moving up. This is the confirmation that everyone wanted. Truck bed pool kits. Why wouldn't people just buy those like Intex things with like the ring that you inflate and then you fill it up with water? If you're looking to park your money in ETF, does the price per share matter? I guess not. Twitter looks like a juicy piece of shit. Good for them. So next week, Jamie 150 is too risky. I already sold some for next week at 150. I don't think so. Yeah. I missed the Wild Thornberries. That was a great show. That's weird. Maybe. I don't think this has a lot of room left to run before it hits that resistance and sits there. Like, it looks kind of bullish, but I don't know if it's going to break out again. It does look like some deferred settlement there. Oh, my back itches. Donnie Thornberry, what a Chad. What would be the hot tub limo of the poors? No, I don't think you're missing a lot. Hornless. When DRS hat? Literally never. May 13, 152.50 safe. Interesting. Weird date. I wouldn't want to sell them out that far. I don't mind selling them for next week, but May 13th is a little bit far. And if there is some relieving of their obligations before May OPEX, then that's around the time we would run. So I probably wouldn't sell May. I mean, I'm not saying that they're necessarily bad, but I probably wouldn't sell May 13 152s. Yeah, Cerberus, they're like an acquisition company. I think they bought Albertsons back in 2017. What's going on with Twitter? How can I profit off of it? Can't. Don't bother trying. It's just high risk and minimal reward. Are people really pushing Cinco de Mayo because of RC's Ola tweet? Jesus fucking Christ. Of course they are. Nope. Now it's going to consolidate to the downside. So it finally broke out. Now it's just going to like do this. Yeah, I know it is. When do we see the results of the vote? For the shareholders vote? At the shareholders meeting? Also, who gives a shit? It's gonna pass. It's all gonna pass. Why is everyone so invested in the fucking voting? You want to feel important? Jesus Christ. Did the final accepted offer on Twitter differ from the 5420 a share originally published? Probably not. RC is telling us to DRS. What about the vote count? Gives a fuck. When do you think I can vote on Fidelity and Vanguard? I don't know. The materials will probably be ready soon. Has Fidelity already released theirs? I didn't even check. They'll show up. What are people worried about? Like, you're not gonna get your fucking papers? I do remember the buy, hold, vote days. I thought that was stupid then. I still do. Sun about to have an MULN breakout. It cleared the resistance quite strongly today. It's possible. When do you think I can vote for the prettiest YouTube GME streamer? I think you do every day with your likes, Baradactyl. Thank you. How dare you not spend the next month wasting time speaking on something that will never happen? Unsubbed. Do people really think they won't get their vote in on time? Do they really think that their vote matters? They do. They think both of those things are going to happen. It doesn't help that Superstock's running around telling everybody that, you know, they can't vote or they won't receive their dividend if they don't have their shares in CS. Do you think this week is a decent time to get into BBY Jan calls, or do you think there will be better opportunities? I mean, the stock price is very cheap right now. It's likely to be more expensive in the future. I heard that there's a really cool hive mind that has donated you untold sums of money over the last 12 months. I believe they're called the Daves. Can you tell me more about them? I don't know a lot about the Daves. There's a few of them. They're bullish. That's all I know. May 6, 145s. If we're following Wyckoff, then we should see price action between 140, 125. We should see price action between like 147 and 132.50. We could slip lower if the market continues to decline and run out of FTDs to stabilize our price. But I think FTDs are going to pick up for at least ETF FTDs next like week. Let's characterize the JCs. There are like 3 of us. I think there's just you, actually. Crime. Get out of here. bunch of people thinking they're defeating hedge funds by actively participating in the same crooked system they're trying to overthrow. Greed is beautiful. I love it. Has SS devolved into what it is now, or has it always been what it is now? And I was just too dumb at the time to know. I think the signs were there right at the very beginning. I think everyone was just too stoked and bullish on the stock to notice. On this 1-year anniversary, will you tell us the story of your favorite group, the Dans? Praise be to the Lady VWAP. Dans are eternal. Pi-Fi is eternal. Riku. Thank you so much, President Darth Dan. Don't I have a clip explaining the Dans? You guys can always check out the books of the Dans over on our subreddit for a full idea of where the Dans come from. Although there haven't been any new editions released recently. I assume that's because certain people are too busy with their Philadelphia wives. Newlyweds and all. Started my Amazon position today. I'll probably grab at least 6 in total pre-split. Nice. Reddit was good in r/GME days. Better. For keeping this space non-political and not putting crazy conspiracies. This is why I've stayed. Also, shout out to all the Dans. Always put in the work behind the dumpsters. Big Dan shout out. Alright. We're busy trying to make some Philadelphia Danlings. I think they should be at least 18 before they're corrupted with the spirit of the Dan. I haven't been here since the beginning. I'm sorry, but you don't do much to promote yourself. Yeah, I know. I could. What's up, Segan? Ban fake Keith. Really, I'd rather ban you and Darth Dan. I just had an epiphany. When EMA ribbon looks confusing, always zoom out until the EMAs don't look confusing. And trends are revealed. Then you can find the optimal entries. Sure. I mean, you're not wrong, but yes. He said irregardless? I've heard people say that's a pet peeve of mine when people say irregardless. It's just regardless. It's built in. You don't need the double negative. Don't ignore my bulletproof DD. What was it? Yeah, Roaring Kitty said to ban you again. Irregardless. There's a post on SS about NSCC recommending a reverse repo-like program for FTDs. Have you read something about it? If so, something to be worried about? It's no different than what they already do, except it would have more oversight. That's all. Yeah, it was ill regardless. I can't. I can't even. Sometimes you have to know when to walk away from people. That they're not worth your time or effort. No, you bastard. Stock charts are 100% psychedelic. Oh, Jesus. It's a terrible thing to say about Turdberg. I'm not saying that word again. Well, but you scratch an itch. The itch is the sensation. The scratch is what you do to resolve it. I'm starting to think Steffen's always high, but the question is on what? I don't think it's weed anymore. Quit, you're ignoring me. I'm gonna go get a fucking snack. Veru is GC. I have calls. It's doing fun things still. Autism? Weaponized. Remember when Roaring Kitty sent a big super chat and you fangirled like a 13-year-old at One Direction concert? That makes me realize that Roaring Kitty is the real Roaring Kitty. I did. I mean, but have you ever seen me at a One Direction concert? Because wheeling more profitable after or before a split? IV will probably crush post split, so it's probably more profitable before it happens. Until the price comes back up again, which could take quite some time. I'm not saying GME is going to play out that way. It may not. IV can spike after a split too. Would I go to a One Direction concert? Is it weird that I have no problem imagining Girk at a One Direction concert? Replace your transparent background. JT asked me to remind you, in 6 days it's going to be May. Okay, noted. What? That's saying this in response to any Reddit post is it's like an extra upvote, right? Like you've upvoted and then you've agreed 100% with whatever's being said. You have it means you have zero differing opinion on the subject matter. This BBY is looking like it will stay flat today. Any thoughts? And it's not really looking like it'll stay flat today. It's looking like it's going to continue moving up, but very, very, very fucking slowly for the rest of the day. Thanks, SJDG86. Just what I've always wanted. Not eating Trader Joe's rockets. What's going on? Oh, it's doing that shit again. I'm not convinced the market exists. All right. What philosophy do you most identify with or live by? I don't know. My own. To like 1750 rejection mean that we're done looking at 1750 for the day? No, I think it's gonna keep going up. It's just not moving up quickly, and 1750 is got a decent amount of open interest, so I'm sure they're trying to keep it off of that price as long as they can. Do you think DFV will ever tweet again? Probably not. Why will it be the catalyst for MOASS? No, I don't like black licorice. Does that mean I 100% disagree with the OP? Curious. I don't know. I guess so. You saved breakfast and lunch money on weeklies? Thoughts on the SPY continuing its downtrend? I don't know. It's kind of stabilizing a little bit. Where that line is coming from on the 1 minute. But cool. What the fuck is white licorice? I haven't gone through menopause yet. Soon though, I've been getting a lot of hot flashes lately. I assume the menopause is nigh. SST ripping. What? Like ripping or just up a couple cents? You son of a bitch. Frick. Why does everyone just assume that they can buy a stock and the next day it's going to be worth like double what they paid for it? You're all spoiled. Yeah, sure. Twitter could do things after hours. I have stops on my puts on Ader already. Azer. If you want to buy more GME, what would be the price points you would be looking to enter? 130, 250, and 126. A year ago today, I started watching this guy who went by the pseudonym of a Pickle. A month later, I started throwing money at the Pickle Man, and here we are. 1 year later, I'm throwing more money at the Gherkin. Thanks, man, and here's to not being here next year. Cheers. Thank you so much. He's coughing now. I appreciate it, dude. Only J-Pap pulls the lever. It's true. I need that $5 I invested to cover my mortgage. If the SPY and VIX climb together, what does that mean? It's not good. Do you prefer stop limits over stop losses? Yeah, because there's less slippage on the bid ask if you use a stop limit. Do you have a preferred ETF to use when trading the VIX? Not really. You can use VIXY and VXX and UVXY, or just use CBOE VIX, which is it's better just to trade the index. We have some FTDs. It might stabilize our price action, but I don't think we're going up significantly at any point. VXX still decoupled? Is it? It seemed to be tracking today. I have fucking calls there, so. Did you get even more ruggedly handsome since your first stream a year ago? Yeah. I mean, he can just buy directly from like somebody with that amount of interest, or from insiders. Do you have any money in index funds or no? Not really. I have some money in REITs. Why is the energy sector down? No one knows. Everything's down, right? Longs are pulling money off the table. They don't care. It doesn't seem they care where they're pulling it from. Coke beat adjusted earnings, but it's moving violently sideways. That makes sense. you buy shares of the VIX or just options? I think just options. Like the index, just options. Besides O, what other REITs do you have? That's the only one I have. RMBS shill confirmed. Very coming back for round 2. Looks good. Starting to break back up again. I wish I'd gotten in on this entry. I bought back in like here. Alright. I didn't get filled on all my calls either. Which... Wait, did I still have the standing order? No. Bullshit. Oh well. Holding any CCs? Yeah, just check the Facebook post. If it's still up, they're still available. Do you laugh when the barista shout out iced espresso for gherkin? What makes you think I use the name gherkin when I go to get coffee? He's not buying 100% of the float. People keep flagging the posts on Craigslist. All the people from SS keep reporting it, and it gets taken down. What's your discount code? Zero. Popcorn trader. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. 1 sec, guys. How do I send a Ko-Fi instead of a YouTube donation? There's a link down below for Ko-Fis, Walford. It's also in the bottom left corner of the screen. Thank you for the consideration. You don't have to. Don't. Dip before the rip. Are you guys tweaking Gaff's bearishness? Who did you vote for in the French elections? Macaroon. Your stream card today is quite possibly the most sophisticated and culturally adept piece of art that I've ever seen. Well, thanks to the artists of the Louvre for compiling it. Funkle Bruce, use this to do something special, relax, go bake yourself a pineapple pizza in the air fryer, pour yourself a tall iced instant coffee, smoke bud, lean back in a Walmart office chair, surf super stonk, check your oscillators on Robinhood for the evening. Fuck you. What a dick. Thank you, Funkle Bruce. I appreciate it for you trying to trigger me. Happy anniversary. I've been lurking since the beginning and have appreciated your knowledge, skepticism, and dry sense of humor. Thank you. Brussels sprout recipe for MOASS, Guy Brush for MOASS. Thank you so much, Walter. I appreciate it, man. Oh, I would never do it. I was just asking. I know. Is there a tool that can predict or estimate when CNS or stock starts to get overwhelmed, and thus the stock is forced upwards in price into a higher liquidity zone? I mean, you're understanding the mechanics of that, but no, there's not an indicator for it. You could look at possibly like volume by price, like the TDA has one. What's it called? Like the fixed range volume profiles. Because you assume that the stock will want to move from prices of lower volume to prices of higher volume if pressure is applied in one direction or the other. To make the system most efficient, right? Then FTDs would want to be cleared in channels where volume is highest. BBKC daily. It's BBKC. No, it looks like shit. Why is it? I look at. I don't know what you're talking about. Hurt my feelings worse than my Activision puts. The Bollinger Bands on GME? It doesn't look that great. It should be tightening up, but I don't think it looks that great yet. And don't forget those squeeze signals can shoot to the downside, but yeah, the Bollinger Bands are still trading like way outside of the Keltner channel to the upside. We've fallen below the lower Bollinger, which will drag it down. No, not a lot of FTD pileups, but if this deal gets implemented and there's actually a buyout on the table, it could get pretty spicy. Do you agree with Gefgarian and everything he says is factual? To an extent, yes. I have limits on how much I agree with Gaff. I think there's, but that's also because of the way we're looking at GameStop individually. You know, Gaff is bearish on MOASS, which I don't disagree with, but not so bullish as me on just making a shitload of money. Mostly because Gaff doesn't use options and prefers to dump all his money into Bitcoin before it tanks. You really out Jerseyed yourself today. Short squeezes aren't impossible. They do require an outside catalyst. Why bearish on MOASS? I'm not. It's not that I'm bearish on the idea of GameStop squeezing in some way. I'm bearish on the idea of what people consider MOASS to be. And I do think that with the share recall, we or a potential share recall, if they recall shares, we do have a outside catalyzing force that's going to happen in the next couple months, or most likely going to happen in the next couple of months. So I would say that if there is a potential for it to happen, it's there. But as far as, you know, I mean, everyone's gone on about, you know, the derivative packed obligations on GameStop and stuff, but you know, those derivatives are long term. They're like 10 years, and you're talking about going against hedge funds that have, you know, 50 times GameStop's market cap and assets under management, and acting like they can't control the price of the stock is kind of ridiculous. But I think there's a lot of money to be made on them controlling the price of the stock. So maybe MOASS is more, you know, the fact that GameStop runs 50 to 100% every 3 months, and less that it runs 1,000% once. You are now banned from Superstock. Yes. I think up until the share offering in July, there was a really good chance, or at least a chance. Like if that share offering had been a stock split instead, oh boy. But it wasn't, right? And so, GameStop FTDs reduced tenfold after that period of time, after the ETF rebalance and the share offering. And the obligations were shifted, and we know how they manage those obligations, but there is a lot of money to be made off the fact that they continue to repeat these volatility cycles. And so I think with greater understanding came more bearishness for that initial thesis, but a lot more bullishness for the one, that we've been following since early November. Really August, but with more confidence since early November. GME floor is 101 million. Okay. My first time donating, the most compromised option shill I know. Return to my regularly scheduled shitposting after this brief announcement. Happy anniversary. I begrudgingly acknowledge that you have created a warm and positive community and can't wait for what's next. CMFRT. Thank you so much, Walford Dantley. I appreciate it. Why am I even here with my 3 shares? Because you have all those CERN puts and you can't not watch them. $5K a share and squeezing type scenario, and we're golden. I think a lot of that sentiment that you see on Superstock is bred, and yeah, like things like Gaff said, from that idea of like a sunk cost fallacy, that there's people with, cost bases of, $300 and $280 a share that have never taken advantage of the opportunity to average down, and for them, believing anything else is FUD, right? Even though time and time again we've, pushed up and ultimately the price action has been defeated. Does that mean that there's no potential in the stock? Absolutely not. Does that mean that there's not a lot of money to be made on these cycles and this volatility? Also no. You explain TBLT going from 18 cents to $20 today on a 1 for 150 reverse split. It's just a reverse split. Market cap remains the same, fewer shares. So the price of the shares individually goes up. So is 10 million a share not happening for real? The only way it happens is if the perfect series of events occurs and an outside catalyst forces a short squeeze. And not only that, you need FTDs on GameStop, which were not seeing in any relevant numbers, and that's what you need to kick off all the other squeezes. And until we see those, until we see FTDs on GameStop in excess, I mean, shit, even just in excess of 0.5% of the shares outstanding, enough to get us on the reg show threshold list, we're not going to see that kind of price movement. Can GameStop be worth $350, $500 a share pre-split value in a year or two? Yeah, I think the potential's there for it. Will there be volatility like cycles on GameStop that produce 50% or 100% gains in a matter of days? Yes. Is there money to be made off of your shareholding by selling covered calls? Absolutely. Even Moonwind with his terrible strikes and shitty target dates makes, like he said, 50 grand a week off of his shareholding. I mean, the money's there. Happy 1 year, Greek. I wish I was there in the beginning so I wouldn't turn out to be a degenerate gambler. Thanks for going out of your way to teach us honestly while creating a positive community for us to thrive in. Also, thanks for making the Pigeon Whale Society. Thank you so much, Tom, first Pigeon Whale. I appreciate it, man. You're shit at selling CCs, Moonwind, but I mean, you still make money. Do you have any expectations for the stock split dividend? It's a catalyst or a potential catalyst. It can cause a share recall, and if there are positions packed into derivatives and hidden and obfuscated, then it will affect those positions. It will create risk that the counterparties may not be interested in continuing to be exposed to. So, yeah, the share offering has potential. There's always potential. But do I think we're going to see a squeeze without seeing FTDs of a significant quantity? No. And it's almost why I'm more bullish on a post-split price run due to FTDs from the split than I am on a share recall. I don't know if they'd want to recall shares because it could fuck up their ETF positions. They might want to, but their shareholding in GameStop is relatively small. I mean, if you look at other companies they own stock in, the total value of their GameStop ownership is minimal. He does sell at the money, but like he sells like at the money weeklies on like Thursday and then panics for the next 2 days instead of just selling out of the money for like 2 weeks out for more money. Did something negative happen today? No. Squeeze talk is not off the table. It just doesn't look likely right now. There are points at which it is more likely and points at which it is less. This is definitely one of the ones where it's at less. We'll move towards another point where it's more likely again. No, Moonwind's not roaring kitty. Not even close. What's the upper test of this cycle? 145, 148, 147. But yeah. What are you looking for in the market before entering more long positions? Direction. If the stock dividend happens, doesn't that increase the chance of a squeeze a lot? Yeah. Will it be enough though? I mean, only time will tell. I think people still miss that, like, Susquehanna has, you know, like 1.1 trillion in assets. Citadel has, you know, 400 or 500 billion. Like, these fucking guys aren't going bankrupt from a squeeze on GameStop. There are infinite shares, right? There's so many misconceptions that lead to that line of thinking. Yeah, they can sell those assets for money. And all they have to do is they don't have to do anything but stop the price from getting to a point where they're at risk. They don't have to it's not like they have to buy all the shares. They just have to not get squeezed out. How's the covered call video coming along? It's actually almost done. It's not even that long. I just really, really fucking suck at video editing. Cover calls are pretty simple. Shadow banned, or are my random tangents just not interesting today? You might be shadow banned. I didn't see anything from you earlier, like, hey, or maybe one thing. Yeah, or use them as collateral. Can you explain a situation when a stock split dividend won't create a squeeze? I mean, so say they have an overshort position and there's no share recall, and that creates FTDs for, you know, the split dividend. They kick that out and they just cover the FTDs as much as they can every day for 44 days, and then whatever's left at the end they cover all at once. And not to mention in a more liquid environment, because the stock is split. So there is like a potential that not a hell of a lot comes out of it, right? If they recall the shares, that's another story. But that opens them up to risk also. So like the longs are opened up to risk by recalling the shares. It's a tricky situation. We don't know how it's going to turn out. It does have potential. I don't think RC has said anything about MOASS or short squeezing. He doesn't want shorts shorting his fucking stock and devaluing the asset that he uses to pay his board and, you know, C-suite. I know retail ownership pales in comparison to institutional, but what impact on price would happen if all of Supersonic sold upon realization? The stock likely won't go to $100 million. I don't think they own that many fucking shares, frankly. It would cause a share recall. Has the concrete stonk video coming? What risks are longs exposed to by recalling shares? Well, remember that those shares are in ETFs which are not accurately balanced, right? And whose net asset values are hedged with forward contracts, right? So like they don't actually have the underlying that they've lent out, and so then they've hedged that deficit in the underlying by buying forward contracts, which they buy up every quarter in order to reset that NAV, right? And essentially rebalance their FTD. So the longs are just as complicit in the ETFs, where they're allowing this unmitigated share creation. On behalf of all the deranged members of all levels, I hereby decree martial law. If contributions reach $1,000 today, Gherkin has to get another perm. It is so ordered. I don't have enough hair to get a perm. Like, my hair is not long enough. So no perm. I'm not Justin Timberlaking it. Frosted tips. Your hair makes no sense. It's just there. It's not. What do you think? I comb it and then fucking put a hat on? My auto subscription charged Fidel? What? Yeah, the longs that actually own their shares are not engaged in the risk, but that's a minimal number. The vast majority of institutional ownership in GameStop is in ETFs. Cat bouncing? For now. Ooh. It's looking a little better. I need to look at this on a different chart. Kind of bounced and crawled back over that resistance. This is by no means a confirmed bounce. We'd want to see it cross 1486 before we could say it's confirmed and gonna move back up. I think it can still fail at like the 214 and drop back down again. Good long entry on HD. Oh yeah, it's super fucking cheap right now. I already bought a bunch this morning. I went 305. I bought Twitter calls this morning and I'm negative. I wonder why my 80s aren't printing. Thoughts? How much percent gains yearly were you making on paper before you committing to real money? Um, I was making more in profits off of the accounts that I was trading than I made in yearly salary at the job I was at. And once I started to do that with some level of consistency, I quit my job. So I was trading, I was paper trading at those profit levels for over a year before I quit my job. I'm not getting a mohawk either. I don't like cutting my hair too short. It makes it prickly. When do you decide to roll your calls? If the price is still relatively below your strike as expiration approaches? Yeah. Usually further out, though, like 30 days, 45 days out. For long calls, I assume? Or are you talking about covered calls? A little different, kind of opposite sides of a trade. MOASS not as good as mother of all cycle predictions. RC tweets maybe? Shit, dick, the real infinite money glitch. You quit your job at Jimmy John's? I've never been a sandwich artist. I don't even make very attractive sandwiches. Yeah, Big Five had a dividend. That's Subway. Whatever. What do they call Jimmy John's employees? Do they have a title? Or is it just sandwich maker? How much is BlackRock paying you? Not enough. Thanks, Barney. I appreciate it, man. He leveled up. This is nothing that I haven't said in the past repeatedly, but what would you say to your average viewer, which statistically has less than 100 shares? Poor stay poor, rich can use money to make money, kind of bleak. You can use the money that you have to make more money. You can invest more, and try to capture the gains. I I don't know. It's a capitalist system. What do you want me to tell you? Are there opportunities? Yes. Is this the best one if you're super fucking broke? I don't know. If I'd had the year to do over again, I would have told people with, 5 and 10 shares to sell at the peak and fucking buy back in. At the bottom, double your share count. That opportunity is still there. I don't think it makes a difference. There's already no FTDs on GameStop directly anyway. I think buying for those people, specifically for people with X and XX shares, buy and hold has been FUD. And I regret not seeing it sooner. Because those are the people that would have benefited the most. But I can say it's not over yet. And post-split, shares will be cheaper. And if these volatility cycles continue, there will be more opportunity. So even though we know what we know now, and unfortunately not sooner, there's still opportunity there. And the more you learn about the markets and how to make money in them, not just by trading, but even investing and understanding them, the better you can make your future financially. You're gonna get double banned. What the fuck ever. I doubt it. That's not nice, Spider. Crazy price action on the 205 candle for Twitter. Is it still just trading at the same price though? It's lower. Everyone's buying for $54 and it's never gonna see it. Think about it this way. If you'd bought shares last Fab at like 50, and say you only had enough money for like 10, right? So you $500 investment. And those shares went to 350 in March. And you sold. That's a $2,500 gain, right? So now you have $3,000 total investment capital. And then you'd bought back in, at the lows of that cycle, which were around like 112 after earnings, I think we saw. And then, sold again in June at 350. And then bought back in at 140 and sold again in August. You'd have had money for covered calls, and you'd have had shares for covered calls in no time. Straddle SQQQ tomorrow for Microsoft Google earnings. Could. I don't know if the upside's that strong on them. Why straddle it when really you're making a short bet, right? Can you turn this high sight into foresight? I'm trying to. No one can time peaks and lows in the way you're describing. I mean, you can. That's what people have been learning how to do in here for over a year. There was a point, yeah, we didn't know it would cycle. Every time it went up, we thought that was it. As time has gone on, our understanding has become better. Retail is MOASS. Remember that? They are. If they'd bought when the pressure was high. But they've never bought again in the numbers they did last January. They've never had the confidence in the position ever again. At no point was retail interest as high. I think the most important thing I've learned through all of this is you never go wrong taking profit, and there will always be another opportunity. Holding out, hoping, this is the big one, will fuck you over almost every time. Yeah, usually. Sometimes they really are. Sometimes they really are the big one. And GameStop is valuable enough. The underlying potential of the company is good enough that it's worth being in on. It's worth just investing in or trading in, and just being exposed to GameStop is profitable. Michael McDonald, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we
It's a tough subject to talk about, I know. And it could, you're right. It could unpredictably gap up and take off to the moon, and maybe you miss it. But what do you miss if it never does? And this is something that's plagued all of the DD writers and the quants for months and months. As are you hurting people by showing them, the potentials and not showing the reality? Like, if the potential is MOASS, but the reality is the cycle. What do you express more interest in? Where do you push your research? If you say this will never happen, which isn't true, it could. Even Gaff holds his 5 shares because it could happen, right? Then the interest is gone, and the potential for this to generate wealth for thousands of people is now off the table. So there is a benefit to both, because they're codependent. One, without the potential for MOASS, this reality of the cycle can't exist, and vice versa. If you knew it would go from 39 to 350 and then down to 112, you absolutely would have done that and made insane gains. But you had no clue, and neither did anyone else. I know. But we do now. We understand. I mean, shit. We're able to not only predict the price range almost on a daily basis with a pretty low fucking margin of error. We're also able to time the tops of the runs. We're able to see when, gamma maximum has been crossed. We know when gamma neutral spikes, indicating the end of the run. So not only do we know when the run is, where the run's potential is going to be, we know when the run has peaked out and when we're going to start to see downside. I mean, the predictability of the stock is unheard of in other assets. I mean, there is a roadmap published every day, essentially by me and others, on what GameStop is going to do, and we're not really very far off. After the defeating of the potential for the FTD anomalies, that was it. We're in the quarterly cycles, and we know now after February that they can kick them out to the S&P index rebalance. And other than that, that's it. It's locked in. So there's a month of wiggle room for them to slip some of the obligations. As long as they keep creating them, money keeps being made. Will they continue post split? We don't know, but we'll be watching, right? Its unheard of predictability is because of its wild manipulation. But that's part of that manipulation is because of buy and hold, right? So buy and hold works because the stock is super volatile because so many people are holding it. And so they're incentivized to continue making money off of the volatility on GameStop because it's super illiquid and volatile. Why would they not make money on that? How often do you have the entire float owned by retail? And not only that, 10 million shares off the table, locked up and guaranteed not to move. Because it's profitable. That's why they continue to create obligations. Because they're short volatility. So they can not only can they create the volatility when they need to, they can make profit off of shorting it on the downside. So they can hedge the upside and profit on the downside over and over and over and over. You get a short a stock at, 200, 250 every time, and buy back in at 100 every quarter. I mean, imagine what that does for your shareholder report if you're a hedge fund. It's like, oh yeah, we picked up a cool $1.5 billion over here on GameStop this quarter, and this quarter, and this quarter, and this quarter. Yeah, they don't have to fear anyone selling. They don't have to fear that liquidity loosening up and ruining their plans. And it's a broader position. It's not just GameStop. It includes a whole basket of other assets that they do this on. GameStop is the one with the most interest and some of the highest illiquidity. I don't care if I'm the most hated person on SS. Been there, done that. I mean, really, the ETFs eat the losses, but they're making it up in arbitrage. I mean, anybody who's watched this channel for a long time knows all this shit already. This is not new information, right? So if we aren't seeing the levels of FTDs from prior cycles, are we concerned of a fake out this time or minimal movement, if any? I mean, yeah, but we're starting to already see put OI increase. As of Friday, put OI almost doubled from Thursday. So we're starting to see those obligations be created, right? But they took on a little more risk last time in trying to, defer the cycle by an extra month. They took on that extra month of risk and obligations. And so we had a more explosive cycle than we usually do, right? I appreciate your brutal honesty. Ever since I let go of hopes from MOASS, I've been cashing in hard. And if you have enough shares, you don't need to cash in at all. You can just stay long and profit off of the massively inflated volatility on GameStop. Because you know when the stock's going to go down. I mean, or trade flat. So after the dividend of a stock split and there's no MOASS, is it safe to say that's not the play anymore? Play options or invest long because the company's making great changes. I think yeah. If we go a long enough period of time and there's no FTD obligations due to the split, then it's off the table. The higher liquidity environment post split after a given period of time is not good for the potential for a short squeeze. Same with AMD, right? You know, AMD has 500 million shares, and we know it's never gonna fucking squeeze. There's not a mystery here, and I think the only people still hanging on to all of that is people who just don't understand what the fuck's happening. I mean, once they started breaking GME FTDs up into multiple ETF CNS channels and laundering those FTDs, that's what killed the potential for the squeeze. That and the share offering. Ryan Cohen needed the money. He needed the money to build a better company. He's doing what's good for GameStop. But I don't think he was ever in it to make everyone multi-millionaire overnight. But if you buy GameStop and you build your position and you build your long position, and he really does turn around the company and do the things that it has the potential to do, then he will make you a millionaire one day. And if you truly believed in the value of GameStop, that would have been the only reason in buying into MOASS in the first place. Because you don't buy into dying companies because they're going to squeeze, right? You buy into good companies with the potential to squeeze. This is a safe week for out of the money CCs. I mean, I already sold some this morning. Thanks, Paradoxical. Came to get handed money, learning that I can make money. Good. You better clip this whole rant. Someone's gonna have to do that. You just clip all of that? I don't even know how long it was. Sure. Yeah, that was a lot. I gotta feed the Super Stonk Discord, right? Otherwise I won't have anything to talk about. Without the Reg T time machine, can these cycles be profitable for all non-retail participants? I'm thinking no. Instant settlement would stop this kind of manipulation from taking place across the entire market, but they're not going to give it to us. We've traded pretty flat most of the day, actually. We had some volatility this morning, but I think that's about it. And I don't have a lot of confidence that we're going to continue to increase in price after CNS closes. Real time would put the exchanges out of business. I know. The fastest we can get it is the night before because live, truly live options data is not for the poors or the unregistered. Oh yeah, it's absolutely bullish that the C-suite got paid in shares. I have it's I don't know why that's so hard for people to believe, but I have a very high degree of confidence in the future of GameStop. But that doesn't mean I have to believe in a bunch of bullshit or nonsense. When your anniversary stream is spent telling people how MOASS isn't guaranteed, and their takeaway is, oh, okay, I'll sell, I guess. Like, Evolve guys make money. I mean, it's not for most people, right? It should be. It should be for more people. And I really believe that. And it's a lot of why I do this every day. Because I think the vast majority of people can learn a basic understanding of the market and use it to their benefit. Even if it's just learning how to look at a company and assess its future value and put your money there, you're better off than you are in a savings account at a 5% depreciating rate. CLVR was halted. Ooh, I bought some of that yesterday. Or Friday. When did we buy in? Was it really halted? No, it wasn't. You lying fuck. This isn't halted. Or is it? Why is it halted? It's only up 0.63%. Not brokerages. A lot of that data is only available institutionally. BBY FTD is still possible today? Yeah, I mean, BBY looks like it's got some nice upward pressure going. I don't know if it's going to break out or not, but it was holding this trend. Maybe tomorrow. Although I don't know what's due tomorrow. I have to go back and look at the BBY chart and figure out the FTD timeline. Which I guess I've been a bit lax in doing. Very looks like it's going to start pushing up against 14 again as well. If anybody's also in that. This is what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real. MTV Real World. Hashtag happy anniversary. Thanks, Sweet and Sour. Please look at the SPY and rejoice at confirmed bull market. Not yet. It's a good run. Even just learning CSP and CC are game changers. Yeah. And it makes you realize really why they want to take options away from retail investors. What are your thoughts on Ader? I think it's like a $3 to $5 a share company trading a little too high. I think it's going to come down a little bit more, find a bottom, and then possibly move up over the next several months. But I think they're going to crush the IV in it and cover their FTDs. Clever Leaves announces partnership with Biome Therapeutics, terms not disclosed. Ew. Maybe this was the reason for those Delta spikes. Blah, 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 blah. DRS your shares. Thanks for everything you do. Seriously, I've learned so much after watching your streams daily for the past 8 months or so. As much as I love GGPI, HTZ to the moon. You finally found a car rental company with a liquid options chain. That's initially how we started digging into the cycles. I mean, we don't really look at price action that much anymore. We do because it helps explain what we're looking at, but I mean, most of what we're looking at is options data on GameStop and FTDs. And options on the options chain on GameStop holding ETFs. A year already. Theta flies when you're having fun. I think I've been around since the beginning. You have, J-Dubs, and I appreciate it, man. All of you guys, thank you so much for being here this last year. It's been fucking awesome. It really has. Is that I think that's the tow truck. SPY parabolic to 600? No. Based on that pop, should I get out of my GME CCs? I don't know. What do you think? Even you, Claw Range. You're not welcome for me watching you daily. I'm addicted. Still haven't figured out what you're supposed to do with these. Thanks, Girk, for all that you do. It's definitely life-changing help. Cheers. Thanks, Duke of Waffles. I appreciate it, man. You're welcome, I guess. Thanks for making my super boring job tolerable by giving me something to do while I'm quote-unquote working. Awesome retrocognition. Congrats. I told my wife I'm buying her Theta for our anniversary. She said she wants to get a divorce. That's the usual. Well, yeah. Buy to close, right? I never said that, Smox. Don't get carried away with yourselves. Thanks, Lady Kim. Who's your least favorite billionaire? It's a tough choice. It moves around. I mean, Moonwind also just became a billionaire, Brimley. So, and then immediately complained about not getting a Pickles pick. Although if you'd been paying attention to the stream, there were several. Thanks for making me realize I don't need a super boring job and can sell CCs for a living. You're the best. I'm never leaving. Thanks, Mr. Flags. You promised Cavs win? Our workday wants to just say, Gherk, you complete me. Thanks, man. Here's my pickle pick. Moon, I will not do Pickle's picks just to keep you from getting them. I went from being panicked after losing too much money from buy, hold, and fear sell before watching to be more in control and with a plan to recoup plus gain. Thank you for your knowledge. I'm your least favorite pigeon whale, no question. I mean, Kaw's still around, isn't he? Don't forget I'm a dilly, but I don't dislike you. It's just that, you know, Roaring Kitty has told me to ban you. How can my long-term low-risk portfolio literally do much worse than my high-risk money gambling portfolio? That happens. Sometimes it's better to be flexible in the markets than locked into something. Rocket Dodger, thanks for everything you do. Been here since Warden's breakdown. Been here since the beginning. Also, here's something for the light bill. Thank you so much, man. You are my favorite legume, Bean. Thanks, Protege son. Home Depot is liking this market action. It really is. It's gonna like it. If the SPY bounces, it's very good. It will realize some price improvement. It's cheap as fuck right now too, might I add. Thanks for everything, fella, and happy Pickleversary. I'd give more, but my SST calls say I should cling to every dollar, like my life depends on it. Thank you, man on Earth, and good luck with SST. You still bullish on your cat puts? I do think it can drop. I'm not liking the fact that it's pushing up through 216, but I have calls too, so either way, I'm not super concerned. I only bought a couple puts for the downside. I don't know how long this turnaround in the market's going to last, though. We'll see. To your excellent tutelage, I'm only down $174 today. Happy Gherk Day. I've been watching since early on and started really digging in around June last year. Just sold my first CC and made more on last OPEX than I made from my work since Jan. Thank you for the life-changing info. Thanks, man. Good for you. I still think I'm the reigning champ of annoying repeating questions. Definitely. Should give out some yearly awards. Bear of the Year, Bull of the Year. Maybe. I'll think about it. It's not a bad idea. I've just flown under the radar for 12 months. It works. Thanks, son of Ricky. Can I be your least favorite billionaire, at least for today? Fine. You can have it for today, JCam. Happy birthday. Thanks, Brandon. Very could hit 15. It could hit 15. We'll gladly buy you kava for your anniversary if you admit it's better Greek food than that trash you find across the East River. I'll never admit that. So, no, but I'll take you to eat the trash across the East River and prove to you that it's better than kava. Are you still holding your cat puts? Yep. I have a straddle going on right now. And the puts are not making me money currently. Thanks for everything you do, Girk, and for building a good community. SS has nearly made me sell on multiple occasions, but there's so much more grounded people in the pickle jar. I'm really glad that you started to get into looking into your options with BBBY and selling covered calls too recently. Good job, Natty. Dillard's up 8%. Cool. It's coming back. I got stopped out of it when it fell below 300. I don't know if I want to buy back in. I should. I'll just wait for the rest of SLD to play out, I guess. I stops triggering on VIX. Yeah. Oh well. Wish it ran. Validate me, Pickle Daddy. Bunch of simps. I tell you what. Hey, Pi-Fi, if you go outside, you might realize that certain words aren't pronounced that way. I make up the words and the pronunciations as I go along, Grizz. It's the only way to do it. I usually save these to request demonetization songs on VUP days. Since today is flat, I'll just say big thanks for all the info you share and the community you built. Thank you, Disnaster. I appreciate it, man. Am I hated? Not really. Bear of the year, that's me. Pterodactyl. I think that goes to Data for just being bearish in the face of every bullish situation, no matter what. How has been the growth in subscribers when compared to last year? I don't know. Oh, both of these came in at the same time. Holy shit. This is the worst part about Ko-Fi. I don't really pay attention to the subscribers. How many do we have? It's like 18,000 or something like that, right? Hey, Girk. My, how time flies. I've enjoyed the last year, and now I have wrinkles on my brain and small-time options wins due to your excellent use of the English vocabulary and conveying your immense knowledge. A small token of my appreciation and happy anniversary, Pickle Man. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate that. I sold my first GMECC May 6th, 162.50 strike, picked up a 250. That's the luber for my chicken coop, or almost 2 more shares of GME. You were awesome. Happy 1 year. One question. Is this a safe CC? Thank you. I appreciate it. Veru's breaking out. Oh, nice. 1420. Fucking degenerates. Think about becoming a zillionaire, but this live pickle pick for Cat has me wondering. Oh, my puts are getting burned. That bounced hard. I mean, everything bounced hard right at that point, but yeah, they're not doing great. I'll nominate myself for Bull of the Year. Not possible. Shill of the Year, sure. Although I think Krian's gotten way more money than you. He's better at marketing. Victor dead. Is Tesla okay? I would like to be nominated for Bear of the Year. Noted. I didn't arts and crafts any cool awards. I didn't think we were doing an award ceremony. Sup, Gurk? Thanks for the hard work and chair sitting you do for each of us, for us each day. Thanks, Proven Crown Builders. I need to do less chair sitting. I gotta figure that out. I think I'm gonna get like a standing desk and one of those under desk treadmills. Cat looking like a reversal on the 5-minute thoughts. Yeah, I'm not liking it. I just set stops. So maybe I get stopped out of my calls and then my puts still print, which would be dope as fuck. Is this not Warden I've been listening to since last year? Oxy, BTU, X, all making a nice comeback. I told you they would. Thank you for saving all of us goofballs. All of us from goofballs like Warden and Godpill. Also, thank you for continuously honoring my request to stay unmodded. Noted and honored. Thank you so much, Bay. As a paying member of this community, I demand to not be timed out for no reason anymore. I will get my lawyer involved. I gotta time Moonwin out. He's getting way too full of himself there. Retrocognition, thank you for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD.
I don't have raisins in my nut mix. Oh. I had some coconut in there. Well, coconut on cashews, but I've removed it since. It just it fucked up the aftertaste. Long ago, I was a man with money in my savings account, extra money in VTI, and no understanding of options. Now I have no money, and I still don't understand anything. Please show us a not so well known yet useful EMA insight. Get out of here, Stefan. Stop trying to get my EMA secrets. Maybe I just put them on the screen to confuse you. Twitter suspended. Which way? Interesting. Just suspended. Congrats on the stream anniversary. Thanks for all the advice and help you've given in the 36 months I've followed you on this stream. I've learned an amazing about the markets and making money. Still a lot to learn, but well on my way. Thanks for watching for 36 of the 12 months we've been live. I appreciate it. I still think you're the best to ever do it, even though you ignore me, Pappy. Thanks, Mike Spiegel. Gareth Welk, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it, man. It's got a lot of these in here.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult.
I don't even want to know
Like
what my
them
award would
AMC
be.
Suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers.
Most
not a
missed
cult.
opportunities.
Not a cult.
I don't know. No, actually, I feel like you still make more money than Denied. Denied's missed more opportunities than anybody. He's always like a week early or a week late on every one of his calls. Usually that's someone else's fault, but he also just listens blindly to everything he reads. This is for you, turd.
Another white cop point, a stonk stuck in the road. Theta grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you gave Kirk access to your wife.
I'm very behind in the comments, but they're going like crazy. There's no volume on Twitter right now. Yeah, Twitter's supposed to accept Elon's proposal. This was like, this isn't new though. This was like an hour ago. Are we FOMOing milestones today? Thank you for all you do, Garrick. Without your help, I'd have gotten some research done by now, but lost way more money. Are $5 CCs on Hood safe? Ooh, I don't know. No, it's trading at $10. What is going on with this? Are they just pulling it down for the day? CVS bouncing too. Someone might want to make note of that. Not a lot of range to the upside, but a little bit. Kroger bouncing. Everything's bouncing. Oh. Except GameStop. I want to put everything I own into Veru. Of course you do. This is your modus operandi. I found a shit bio stock that you want to dump your life savings into. David Elsinko is MIA. I'll be a better cheese partner anyway. He's always around, okay? David never would have left. Like Frag. Remember when you guys all tried to convince me Frag was gone forever? Lies. Hashtag demonetized again. Whatever. I don't think so. I'll take the child support ruined my GME call opportunity award. It's all yours. So Elon Musk is about to be the creator of Twitter? Yeah. Have you guys not seen the social media platform that Elon Musk founded and designed? Twitter? People fear you and love you. Some hate watch and lick toilet seats. It's been a pleasure to watch. You always win the award for best stock cult in my heart, and don't skip out on your elevator maintenance bills. Thank you so much, DRS D's nuts. You're a 30C Jan 2023 too conservative. I don't think so. You might want to give yourself more time than that. That's probably okay. I think the effects of that still aren't really being felt. But it doesn't look like the war going on in Ukraine is ending anytime soon. It's okay that you didn't play the song for me earlier. I'm sorry. What wait, what song? Did you rejoin? I appreciate it. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. Yeah, we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker. Trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Yeah, we know Elon bought. Purple Hulk, thank you for everything you do. Inspired so many of us to really explore options in the stock market as a whole. It's been a wild ride. It really has. Thanks for all the laughs. You got it, man. I appreciate it. They're based on both. None that I like. But that was information we didn't even really have back then. If we had, we would have known. Pumping some various eggplant farm recipes. What happens if Vera goes over 1650 and the whole chain goes in the money? Find out. I think Delauer hasn't been wrong on news. What was his news? Why does Elon Musk want to own Twitter? It's cheap. He thinks. This is, I mean, you're going to see a lot of this go on over the next couple years as values in these big growth stocks start to decline. You'll see people with more money coming in trying to buy them out. Elon can do some good with Twitter if he blue check plan forward. Blue check shill accounts too expensive. What? You remove those lines on GME so it can trade, please. Do you think Twitter Spaces was just their underhand way of luring Musk in because he's obsessed with going to space? Could be. Elon buys Twitter for $44 billion. Yep, we know. Yes, I still have AMD calls. When selling CSPs with the goal of buying 100 shares, is it better to do it slightly out of the money or another way? You could do it slightly in the money too. Like if you think a stock has found like a solid floor, right? You can sell, and your goal is to be assigned, you can sell slightly in the money and collect premium to reduce your cost basis. God, I love the way Cap moves sometimes. Thanks for introducing me to it. No problem, man. What happens to all the further dated out of the money options? They just go worthless? Wait, what? What do you mean? We've been watching you for a year now. What a naughty cult. Thank you for being financially inside of us all of this time. No problem, Glider. Yeah, it's. I guess Twitter agreed to the buyout. Because they agreed to the buyout, so the stock's suspended. To prevent volatility in the market. Interesting. What's a blue check on Twitter? I don't have one of those. Upgrade membership to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, Protege son. I appreciate it, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel falls,
okay.
on boat, sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
CNS coming in, market downturn. GameStop might have a downturn. I think a lot of our dissent today was held back by FTDs. You really like eating goat? No. Twitter is suspended because it's now privately owned. I don't think so. It's still a publicly traded company. Elon will still censor people. He'll just censor a different group of people. That's all that'll happen there. That's why magnates of old would buy media companies. It's the same. It's social media, right? You do it to control the flow of information. You don't buy it to make it a free speech platform for the masses. Come on. You're just hoping that he silences the people that you don't want to hear from. Not that either of those solutions is a good one. It's just the facts. Can only tweet in Tesla. Elon just really wants that kid who tracks his private plane to be banned. I would imagine anybody that speaks out against Tesla or SpaceX, first off. I don't really give a shit what he does on Twitter either. Thank you, bro. He's humanity's only hope. Then why is he building rocket ships to try to get off the planet? He's not building enough for everyone. How low do we not want to go? We don't want to go below 126, ideally. But at the same time, if they push us hard down below that floor, that's good for the next cycle. So maybe we do. I wouldn't mind them having a bunch of compounded obligations on top of the stock split. I don't think anybody would. Also, another cheap entry pre-split would be dope as fuck. What's your take on why Elon fanboys are so hellbent on him being on retail side? But why didn't he buy $44 billion worth of GameStop? How dare you besmirch Musk Daddy's name? What's next? You implying that RC only truly cares about the success of a publicly traded company he owns a significant percentage in? How dare you? How dare I? Can I sue the Twitter board for invalidating my $60 calls? I would like to speak to the Dan in charge. Thanks for not going out for a pack of smokes. Happy anniversary. Thanks, man. If we do dip below 126, though, doesn't that effectively end the Wyclef John model? No, the Wyclef John patterns will continue, but we will move back into like phase C accumulation, which is kind of what GameStop does, is just bounce between phase C and D and C and D over and over and over again without actually ever coming to completion. Space equals the solution to satiating infinite growth economic models. Yeah, the technology is just way the fuck behind. Edging, so to speak. Yeah. When does Twitter come off suspension? I don't know what it's being suspended for. You can go check. I don't want to get tipped in Dogecoin. I don't want to carry somebody's Dogecoin bags for them. Is this hard shorting or something else? CNS is over. Almost. Or roughly. Fourscore and 35 years ago, Girk brought forth to the band of GME degenerates smart options plays, conceived in bull mayo and dedicated to the proposition of making money. Girk used his help to avoid us from giving zero DT hand jobs behind the windies. Thank you so much, fiscal stupidity. Court approved the private buyout. Okay. Do you think we bounce tomorrow at all? AKA, should I close out these CCs before close? We're approaching the low end resistance here. We'll see. We might bounce right now. You're having a pretty heated discussion earlier around 12 to 2. What was that about? I clipped it. I'll try to edit it down to something that's not a ridiculously long rant. I closed my CC from Friday, selling another tomorrow. Good times. Nice. You just got back to your stream. What happened to cause many stocks like GME, Tesla to drop so quickly in the last few minutes? Well, the SPY got rejected hard at 426. Ooh, did I get stopped out of my covered calls? Hold on. CNS is over. Probably completion of SLD deposits, though. It is about 310. It is. I was pretty convinced the only thing supporting our price action today was FTDs, and this lines up with that thesis, but what's going on with Corsair? Super undervalued, also just in a downtrend for a year. Yeah, I mean, heavily shorted. Not necessarily super undervalued, but undervalued a bit. So if no MOASS, how long will you be sticking around? I don't know. I mean, if MOASS happens, I'm still leaving. Till I have enough money to stop doing this shit every day. Not the stream, but the trading. I don't want to go back to trading alone. It's not fun. I was doing that when my elevator broke. It was boring. I was just by myself looking at numbers. I didn't have anyone to talk to the numbers, but I didn't have anyone to yell at. This is far better. In theory, CNS bandwidth has to be a factor of volume, and what else? High frequency trading? I mean, except there isn't really any high frequency trading going on GameStop. Our volume prints are crazy low. How is that not enough to stop trading? Dude, not even close. He thinks we're real enough. That's what I felt like when your elevator broke. You buying any Twitter stock or options? No, I don't want any part of it. There's a time and a place where I'll consider buying some Twitter. It's not now. Thanks, kind of huge. What's the difference between high frequency trading and high volume exactly with regards to CNS? Oh. I don't know if there's any amount of money that would keep me from doing this. Like if I had $20 billion, I still wouldn't have the most. So why would I stop there? I don't, but if I did. If Elon takes Twitter private and I have calls on it, what happens to my calls? I think you just get your premium? I can't remember how that works out. But that's, I don't think that's happening. That's not what you're seeing there. They didn't just cut out everybody from their stock. Does anyone have time to become a TFT tournament champion? Eh. What do you spend your money on other than espresso machines and nice dinners? That's literally it. I don't really blow money. Like I don't buy clothes. I don't really upgrade anything ever. Like that espresso machine purchase has been fucking like 8 years in the making. Will you buy a super yacht? I mean, yeah. But I would buy a super yacht at the point where like buying a super yacht wouldn't cost me anything. Thoughts on Roblox, metaverse play, meta competition? It was a Pelosi pick a while ago. Yeah, and she's fucking got burned super hard on it. It's super cheap now. I think it'll just get cheaper. I really don't think they're going to have like a bright future as a company. I think their usership numbers have not been drastically improving over the last couple of quarters, and that's why you're seeing a decline in their price. I think that trend will likely continue. Just like everything else, I think Roblox is kind of just a fad and it'll pass. They can't keep it interesting forever. Not that it's very interesting right now, but I don't know the difference between a mega and a super yacht. Square footage, maybe. If we bring forth a stack play, we choose to be an actual Pickles pick, then that person wins a VWAP hat. This is a great idea. I don't know about that. I think you're confusing free speech with his speech. Yeah, that seems to be a very common misconception among people that are pro free speech. I'm actually pro free speech. Let everyone say whatever the fuck they want, wherever they want to say it. And, you know, if people think you're a fucking asshole, then you have to accept those consequences. But I don't think billionaires taking in public social media platforms private is an avenue to free speech. Don't forget, these people are all trying to run away from the planet before we kill them. Did you talk about Google already today? It dropped under its nice 2,500 support. It did. It's interesting. There's probably an avenue to play some puts for earnings, but I don't know if I will or not. I didn't make any promises of free speech here. Built a new computer recently. Always been Intel. Finally bought AMD. So expect AMD to MOASS soon. Nice. Going Team Red. He seems serious about free speech. I seen it in his TED Talk. Sure. It's a wider it's not a wider deposit window, but it's a wider settlement period. Are VIX options looking good or IV too high? I think I just got stopped out of some of them. Not maybe not all, but I'm definitely out of my actual VIX calls. IV's IV's obviously high on them. It just spiked up super hard. You buy VIX calls or like long hedge positions on the VIX when the market rallies, not when it's midway through a dump. And spam you with any commercial. Do we still win the best trader award for guessing the day's closing price? Are you gonna say 135.70? He bought Twitter so he can pump Dogecoin unabated. I thought he could do that anyway. What are your concerns about Elon? He seems to have a pretty successful track record in creating profitable companies. He's a good salesman. I don't think any of those companies really do everything he promises them to do, which is, why PayPal's now in the gutter. And Tesla can't hold any kind of sustainable valuation for more than 3 days. But sure, he's good at pumping them and keeping them pumped. Keeps interest in them. I don't really know what there is to pump on fucking Twitter. I don't think Twitter is going to be any more profitable than it currently is. Yeah, Twitter buy seems to be a done deal. Looking to sell a GME CSP. Do you still think we could go below 135 this week? Yeah, it's possible. We just hit 133.28. AMD has been tormenting me all day today. Did you see today as a good entry or wait until potential kisses 86? Seems like 89 is a strong support. It is. It's really high $88 support, but yeah, it's quite strong. It's a historic support before its big earnings run up like last year. So a lot of people are encouraged to buy AMD at those prices. Also, they got like a new valuation today at 160, which is I think a little below what I would consider fair, but it's a solid valuation. AMD is super undervalued right now. So if you're in it for the long haul, this price 90 or 88 or 89 are all very, very cheap. It always helps to be an heir to an emerald mine. It does. I don't think the stock price on PayPal is going to recover that much. It could recover a little bit, but Rig Leaps I bought this morning doing well. Nice. Yeah, Rig's coming back up. So we're starting to see a bit of commodity and value flow today. So we're seeing that money that got pulled back. So we saw that big pullback, right? And now we're starting to see money flowing into value and commodities. And so we'll likely see a cycle of those moving up. So things like CAT, Visa, BTU, Rig, Oxy, Halliburton. We'll see money flowing into stocks like that, and maybe a little hesitancy in tech, especially after the Netflix sell off. You tend to buy cat calls. I don't know. I'm not sure if I got stopped out of mine yet or not. Check 1 second. We trading that? No, I don't think I got stopped out. This is a confirmation of the trend. I should close my puts. Fuck, that's a rough hit. Whatever. So, yeah, Cat 220 is looking pretty fucking spicy. 210s if you got in right around here. Very kind of stale. Yeah, not doing a whole lot more, but I think there'll be some effect from this 25% increase over the next couple days. And they may have more news on the horizon as well with their interest in or with the tier phase 3 approvals from the FDA. Home Depot is looking really good on its bounce. This is another kind of value stock. Visa's already moving up to break 210. AMD, more of a growth stock. I don't know if we're going to see too much action here until earnings. Facebook coming up. Netflix still very much down. Although it should be being valued as, if they're not valuing it for growth, it should be valued for, or should be considered a value investment. Docu's starting to look kind of good. It broke that $90 resistance earlier. I'd want to see it retest and move up, like get a confirmed bounce. But if it does, I could see it easily going back to that 101, 102 range. Maybe a little higher if it actually rallies. So, back to the other cycle of making money. We'll get a nice mix of stocks to move in and out of during this bear market, but this is generally one of the better ways to trade them, is you kind of have to trade the shift in sentiment as it flows back and forth from one to the other. So you get out of some at the top and in at the others on the bottom, and then the next cycle goes through. The Docu Daily looks like it's going to continue down. Yeah, that's why I want to see it confirm that next test and break up before I buy into anything. Docu does something very important, though. They make consistent money quarter over quarter, regardless of the economic conditions. They have a service which cannot be replaced, at least not easily. What positive impact has Elon Musk had on the world? LC. Why did you include Visa in that list of value? Don't people spend less if there's an economic downturn? People use their credit cards more. Visa's a payment processing company. Business doesn't just stop because there's an economic downturn. Confirmed docu shill? I mean, SST moving up a bit. Yeah, it seems to be doing that towards the end of the day. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm not gonna go look at it. It's not moving up enough for me to give a shit, right? No. Just 13 to 14 over and over. The pending doom of oil and gas. Yeah, those aren't getting replaced anytime soon. And also, you know, using chemical solvents to strip mine lithium out of third world countries isn't doing a whole lot for the environment. The impact of electric cars on the environment is equal to or greater than gas cars. They are not currently a green solution by any means. Not to mention, if you're charging your electric car with, electricity from a coal power plant, fuck's the difference? What's your take on profit percentage on cat calls? High 2-digit percentage, 100%. Sorry if I'm asking too detailed. No, it's usually I'll look for over 100% gains, but I'm buying them within those channels that produce that. And generally selling at the test of the next upward resistance. So, and sometimes it's a little below 100%, but it's consistent as hell. Dave of the Pigeonwell Daves, happy birthday, and thanks for making the Sideways Days infotaining, even when the stock is not giving dopamine. Not to me, I'm dead inside. By the way, did you find the hard red winter wheat ETF you like? Shadow ban this, YouTube. I did. JJG seems to have the best exposure to the hard winter wheat. But it's clean coal. What's wrong with my webcam? I didn't fix it. It still doesn't work properly. I think if there's one thing that you should have learned about Musk by now is that he's pushing profits. That's what he cares about. What's up with Rad? Still holding? Yeah, I just fucking see what happens with it. If they get bought out, cool, I make a bunch of money. If they don't, I'll sell my leaps and get some of my money back. It was gray, now it's colored. Man, where have you been? It was colored the other day, and you were talking to me, and you didn't ask this question. The other camera was broken, I replaced it. Yeah, some of the new battery tech, it looks promising. Does JJG have a liquid options chain? It does. Your video looks cloudy. I think it's because it's really bright in here today. I have to like adjust the contrast. I'm not gonna fuck with it. I don't care. I'm broken, but you haven't replaced me yet. I would never try to. Mighty Potato. The year's greatest potato. Yeah, and what about the like 500 pieces of diesel construction equipment used to get the coal out of the fucking ground? You're not thinking about the entire supply chain. Yeah, I have cat calls. I had puts too, but I got fucked on them. Twitter is running again. Cool. Good for Twitter. I'm not interested in fucking with it right now. Should we expect some gamma exposure on BBBY tomorrow? Possibly. From Friday? Could be. I like the uptrend today. Did it hold stable through that drop? Not bad. Yeah. Consistent. There's some pressure there at least. I don't know how much, but a little bit. Do you use Windows 11? No. Yeah, I don't think he's going to crop on the profits after he just invested $44 billion of not just his own money into it. He comes to your house and pays you cash. What are your thoughts on AMZ? I don't really have any. You mean Amazon? That's not the ticker for Amazon. It's bouncing a little bit. It could turn around here and kind of continue this uptrend. It's not a super strong one. I'd almost expect it to fall back down to like 28, 21. I don't, however, expect them to have very bad earnings. It should be coming up soon. Visa already over 210. Stroopwafels are amazing. I don't think any trillion-dollar companies have bad earnings. Yeah, they do. Oh. If we cheer on the stock, will it go up? I don't know. You could try. What are your thoughts on Boxed? Any short-term upside? Really burning out your let me ask you about this ticker rights, DJD. I mean, you're kind of chasey, isn't it? It's already up 6%. It's at resistance right now. I guess it could continue up, although the volume doesn't look indicative of that move. I'd be careful with it. Veru back above 14. So my Tinder, Bumble, and Hinge subs are getting pretty pricey. Can we moon, please? I don't know. I just checked my friendometer, and it's been falling off. HD looks like it will push back to 310.15 very quickly. Probably. No worries, dude. Do you think Veru could go further, or am I best selling my July 25C and waiting for a drop to get back in? Why the fuck are you so far out of the money? Jesus Christ. Also, do you know Impossible Rad Buyout? Have May 20 calls, thinking I need further out. Also, happy anniversary. So I just bought them far out so I can sell them for basically what I bought them for, right? By buying leaps, if nothing happens, I can just sell them and take whatever minimal losses in delta. Supposedly they're making the tender offer to shareholders this Thursday, so you might be fine with May 20th. T minus 5 minutes until BBBY FTDs. Cough. Oops. I mean, another offer comes in on Bye Bye Baby. Cough. Exactly. Do you have a price target for the Netflix bounce? Not really. I mean, it doesn't really trade in this range, right? The last time Netflix was this cheap was years ago. It's kind of right at resistance now. Maybe back to 232. If it bounces. The Mighty Potato, welcome back to Dillionaire. I hope you enjoyed your day among the pores. Congratulations. You're back in the fold.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs.
How is Twitter gonna help Tesla or SpaceX? Are you kidding? Do you not understand the power of being able to influence the types of comments that are allowed on Twitter? Legislation, I mean, politics. You're thinking too small. You can push whatever party supports your plans to the forefront. I mean, this is the same reason billionaires bought newspapers back in the day. It's the same shit, right? Nothing's changed. People's motivation for doing this kind of stuff is never going to change. Got behind on the streams. I was watching at 1.5x. That Dillionaire song just hits different. Interesting. I've never heard it at 1.5 speed. Best way to control media. Own it. Yep. Happy anniversary, Greg. Food is better in LA over New York City. New Jersey is terrible. Salt and vinegar chips with pineapple pizza is the perfect combo. And puts cost same like shares. I mean, you're right about two of the things you said. Yeah, we'll see. Elon's not the only one buying it. No, I think Twitter's absolutely corrupt already, but it's not getting better. Am I high in thinking that Elon could affect Twitter's price using Twitter to tweet about Twitter? What's wrong with this timeline? It's a simulation, remember? Don't worry. One day you'll be able to plug into Elon's neural network and make it all go away. Are you still watching Upstart? Been crushed recently. Yeah, it has been. Thoughts on tits 2x down and ass up? What's a good entry? Try to get behind the curve. Can you acknowledge me for anniversary? Yes, win food stamps. You are acknowledged. You are here. You've been here a long time. I appreciate it. I'm loving HD. No problem. Congrats. Zillionaire track at 1.5 speed is hot as fuck. The faster cadence makes it go hard in the paint. Why is it cheaper than the deal price right now? Probably because somebody's about to get fucked. Either the longs or the shorts. We'll see. Time to buy Sherman Williams weeklies? Probably. Nope. The time to buy them was this morning. Actually, the time to buy them may be now. So I shall. And KTX, don't chase. I mean, you can, but don't. Unintentional irregardlessness fulls is a mouthful. Can you walk through the Sherman decision? gonna bounce like everything else. ADX looks good. Hit a resistance. MACD looks like it can flip pretty easily. What did you buy? I bought some Sherwin-Williams weeklies. Isn't MACD pointless? It's probably the most accurate of all the oscillators, actually. But yeah, still pointless because it's an oscillator. You have no liquidity. Milk your goats. Is BBY a better value than GME in terms of value? Yes. From a completely fundamental approach, then yes. Although there are board issues to consider there. You know, this is the same board that bought back $1 billion in shares to improve share value over paying off their long-term debt. So that's something to consider. GameStop, no debt. Matters right now, especially when debt is being serviced extensively. Not even by the Dans. Sherwin-Williams has earnings tomorrow. First time hearing about it. I don't think you've used irregardless ever. It's just regardless. Why are you stop typing the extra 2 letters? You don't need them. Same thing. Except one's a word and the other's not. Kennedy J, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. I'm gonna hit you with the different mix. This one. Thanks for the membership, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Thanks, my good bean. Hit me up on Discord to discuss my detailed thoughts about our first year together. Same name as on YouTube. Okay. If the split is the biggest price opportunity, what is a realistic max price GME options could be sold at without pricing the counter without outpricing the counterparty? I don't want to wait for 1K to be unable to sell. Just exercise. If we hit $1,000 a share, exercise your fucking options. Then you have shares, and then they split. And then you have bigger shares. Is it too late to like the stream? Never. You can even come and like it after it's over. Is there a risk of postpartum depression if one were to sell a share of GME? Probably. I would ask Moonwind how he feels. It was the worst time of my life. There you go. Have you liked the stream? I can't. It's not even an option for me. Can someone explain Ader to me? It's a big piece of shit. Don't worry about it. In your opinion, was yesterday's BBY a run signal that FTDs from RC's buy-in have been cleared? No. It wasn't a very significant run. Some decent volume. Short period of time. Can we watch the stream in the past few weeks? Is the squeeze still on? No, we're going down in price. Hansworst. When's the dividend split date? Fuck you, Gav. Thanks, David E. Welcome. Have you always been a big Gherkin fan? What's the origin of this channel being pickle themed? Gherkin was my screen name when I played like video games. And also my Reddit name. So this channel just became that. I don't even remember what the channel was originally called. Pickle Financial? It seemed to work. I think that's like a thing too, like an actual term. You still not let us know which side of Jimmy to buy when it splits. Try to just buy the edges of the tessellation. So you don't even like gherkins? Not really. I mean, I'll eat them, but I'm not like actively going out of my way to consume a lot of pickles. Why did you change from Pickle Financial to Pi-Fi? It's harder to make a logo. Look how far we've come in a year. New camera, new chair. Stock price is the same. What does the Sherwin-Williams play? There wasn't one. I don't know what you're talking about. Gav is spending much more than lunchtime in here now. It's almost like he wants to be the Robin to your Batman, the Broke to your Back Mountain. Oh. Is there something going on with the two of you today? Regardless of any obviously wrong opinions of yours about our Lord and Savior Elon having transcended the profit motive. Dude, thank you so much, Elsie. I appreciate that. Oh, turd. Thank you. Hashtag fat stacks. Fuck yeah. Thank you, Dominic Joseph. I appreciate it, Elsie. Thank you so much, dude. So have you thought about getting a run of VWAP hats and then giving them out? No. Stop trying to get me to give you out trophies. There's no winners. AMD 105 by end of week? Who said that? Ding ding. The day is done. We closed at 135.95, 25 cents over the projected value from an hour ago. Thanks, Dan Dulcemeyer. Thank you guys, all of you. I appreciate it. For the year of support and good times and endless efforts to piss me off for no apparent reason. I appreciate it all. Closing out today at 135.95. Looks like we had enough FTDs to at least sustain ourselves against the price action for today, but most of our 1.52 million volume traded in between $136 and $137. Tomorrow, I don't know if we're really going to have any significant decks. It was negative as of last Friday going into this morning, so probably some more downside, but we'll see how it plays out. We do have some more fairly significant, well, not significant FTDs, but some FTDs tomorrow, so that might stabilize our price a little bit. And that's about it for today. I mean, lower low on the Wyckoff, so still moving into that downtrend, which we can look at out here. One sec. But kind of right within our expected range. I think maybe one more down day, maybe not, and a bit of a turnaround. And then we'll be looking for a higher high. I don't know if we'll realize one or not, but we'll probably be looking at about 147 before returning to the downside towards the end of the week. So that move either later in the day tomorrow or Monday, or Wednesday, to the upside. We'll see how that plays out. And that'll depend largely on how much interest accrued today. So we'll know tomorrow morning. And that's it. Thank you guys once again. Happy anniversary, everybody. And thanks for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good night.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate! Hydrate! Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.